This is only a short story, but one I really want to share. There was this girl who I'd been seeing for a few months that I was 21, and she was 24 and had a boy about 2 years old. She was basically normal, had a good job, and took care of her kid, okay. She was kind of a dim bulb, though, not very bright, that I was bored in the relationship and really didn't want to become a stepdad to the kid. So I ended it in a no problem, right? I run into her about a month or so later at a bar, and we end up going back to her place for a night of XX. The next morning, she makes coffee and breakfast that I go to school, and she goes to work that I get incredibly sick on my way to school and vomit multiple times that I make it to school, and I'm still puking. So I find the nurse or medical office and vaguely recall being loaded into an ambulance that it's all blank after that I come to in the hospital. And the doctor tells me that I OD'd on a huge amount of meth and had about 5 minutes left to live before they figured it out. Oh. And by the way, he tells me there are some federal agents here to talk to you. It turns out she planned this whole thing and decided that if she couldn't have me, then no one could. She went to jail but got a reduced sentence for turning on the family member who was making and distributing the meth. This happened when I was in my late 30s on a fishing trip to celebrate a promotion I had received from my job. Throughout my young adult years, I've always been out on the water and never once had come across anything or had a reason to be afraid. However, this one night of the trip took my fascination with fishing and crushed it. The night of my trip, I had stopped my boat to save fuel and found myself on my boat watching over the ocean. It was a quiet and calm night, and there was no land for miles, just the sound of the calm waves hitting the boat. So there I was, sitting on top of my boat somewhere in the mid-Atlantic, when I saw something. I got out my binoculars, and with the light from the moon, I was able to see something bobbing along the water. Because of how dark it was too difficult to see just what it was. My first thought was to get my wife, who was sleeping, but I didn't want to wake her. The closer it got, I then made it out to be a raft of some type, tied together with bamboo and a tarp strapped to it. Upon this raft was not a single soul. The chances of coming across a raft this far out at sea were small enough. In this part of the ocean, the scary part about this was thinking about the person or people who once sailed that raft, why they sailed, and how they met their fate. That is what stuck with me. As a child growing up in a quiet suburban neighborhood, the local playground was a place of joy and laughter, a haven where my friends and I could escape the world's worries. But one summer day, that all changed. It started out like any other day, with sun shining brightly overhead and the sound of children's laughter filling the air, but as we played on the swings and climbed the jungle gym, a sense of unease began to settle over us. It was subtle at first, a feeling of being watched, of something lurking just beyond the edge of our vision. But as the afternoon wore on, the feeling grew stronger, until it felt as though we were being stalked by some unseen presence. As we ventured deeper into the playground, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, the air thick with a sense of foreboding. And then, as we reached the old abandoned slide at the far end of the playground, we saw it, a figure, dark and shadowy, lurking among the rusted metal. With a cry of terror, we turned and fled from the playground, our hearts pounding in our chests as we raced home. But even as we reached the safety of our house, we could still feel the eyes of the creature watching us from the darkness, its malevolent presence lingering in the air like a foul stench. In the days that followed, the playground became a place of dread, its once cheerful atmosphere replaced by an aura of fear and mistrust. And though we never spoke of what we had seen that day, the memory of the haunted playground would stay with us forever, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurks just beyond the borders of our reality. I've read an awful lot of spooky night driving stories that involve some kind of dumb urban legend, guys at the side of the highway with an axe and a fursuit or whatever, ghostly apparitions that are 3-5 me. While I'm quick to call out stories like that, I do have a scary night driving story of my own. Although this one doesn't include anything remotely supernatural, I'm willing to bet it was 100 times more terrifying than anything that does. I'm driving back one Sunday from my mom's place in upstate New York, headed back into Manhattan to get ready for the working week ahead. It had been an exhausting weekend as my family had been celebrating Eid together, and I was about ready to pass out by the time it came to drive back into the city. I thought I had everything down. I had my coffee, I cracked my driver's side window, everything they tell you to do when you're driving while tired, but still, one moment I'm driving, concentrating on whatever NPR show was on, and then the next minute, I wake up to pure terror. All I can hear is this deep rumbling, so hard and loud it feels like it's vibrating the entire car, and coming right at me at like 70 miles an hour is the freaking highway guard rail. I slammed my brakes on, heard all kinds of honking behind me, and from what I understand, I only narrowly avoided causing a major pileup. But more than just a pileup, if I'd have sped off the road doing 70 like that, there's absolutely no way I'd be around to write this today. Please, take my advice. Coffee and cool air just isn't enough sometimes. Sleep it off. Don't risk your life. In the heart of the dense forest stood a lake, its waters dark and foreboding, shrouded in mystery and fear. Local legends whispered of a curse upon the lake, warning fishermen and adventurers alike to stay far away. But curiosity, as it often does, beckoned the bold to its shores. Among those drawn to the lake was Andrew, a seasoned angler with a thirst for adventure that overshadowed any superstition. Armed with his fishing gear and determination, he ventured into the woods, guided by stories of monstrous catches and whispered horrors. As he reached the edge of the lake, an eerie mist rose from its surface, obscuring what lay beneath. Ignoring the chill that crept up his spine, Andrew cast his line into the murky depths, eager to test his skills against whatever lurked below. Hours passed with little success, and the sun began to sink below the horizon, casting long shadows across the water. Just as Andrew prepared to call it a day, his line suddenly went taut, pulling him forward with unexpected force. With a grunt of surprise, he struggled to reel in his catch, the water churning and bubbling as whatever he had hooked fought against him. Heart pounding, Andrew finally managed to haul his prize onto the shore, only to stagger back in horror at what lay before him. It was no fish that writhed and thrashed at his feet, but a grotesque abomination straight from the nightmares of ancient lore. Its twisted form was a grotesque amalgamation of scales and tentacles, its eyes burning with a malevolent intelligence that sent shivers down Andrew's spine. In a panic, he stumbled backward, tripping over his own feet as he scrambled to escape the creature's grasp. But it was too late. The creature lunged forward with lightning speed, its tentacles wrapping around Andrew's legs and dragging him screaming into the depths below. As a child, my family lived in a sprawling old house with a basement that seemed to hold endless secrets. But it wasn't until one fateful night that I discovered the true horror lurking beneath our home. It was a stormy evening, and the wind howled outside as rain lashed against the windows. With the power out and the house plunged into darkness, my siblings and I huddled together in the living room, our hearts pounding with fear. But as the night wore on, an eerie sound began to echo through the house. A soft scratching coming from somewhere deep below. At first, we dismissed it as the sound of branches scraping against the windows, but as the scratching grew louder and more insistent, we knew something was terribly wrong. Summoning our courage, we ventured into the basement, armed with nothing but a flashlight and a sense of dread. As we descended the creaking stairs, the air grew colder, and the darkness seemed to press in around us like a suffocating blanket. But what we found waiting for us in the depths of the basement was far worse than anything we could have imagined. A creature hunched and twisted, its eyes gleaming with malice as it lurked in the shadows. With a scream of terror, we fled from the basement, the creature hot on our heels. As we reached the safety of the main floor, we slammed the door shut behind us, praying that whatever lurked below would never escape its dark prison. To this day, I can still hear the scratching coming from the basement, a chilling reminder of the horrors that lurk just beneath the surface of our everyday lives. And though we have long since moved away from that house, the memory of that night will haunt me forever, a reminder of the darkness that dwells within us all. Submitted to me all the way back in 2015, this account was sent by a mother of 2 children, a 6-year-old boy and an 8-year-old girl. Almost every night, between the hours of 12 and 5 a.m., the boy would come to the parents' bedroom crying that he was scared because someone or something was in his room at the edge of his bed. The boy would claim that every night, the person or thing would come out from his closet and move to the same spot at the foot of his bed, standing there without moving. The first few times, the parents would check the boy's bedroom just to make him feel better. The closet door would always be open, and when questioned about why it was always open when it was supposed to be shut, he would insist it was because he was telling the truth about the thing in his closet. Every time the parents showed their son that the closet was empty, he would go back to sleep. Their 8-year-old daughter never had any similar issues. For a few nights, the parents allowed him to sleep in their room on the floor with a blanket. Eventually, though, after this had been going on for too long, the parents decided to humor him one more time and asked him to draw what the thing at the foot of his bed looked like. His drawing sent chills down his parents' spines. It depicted a grudge-like figure that seemed terrifying enough to give a grown man nightmares, let alone a 6-year-old boy. There also appeared to be something at the window, and when questioned about this, the boy said that he sometimes saw it at the window too when it wasn't at the foot of his bed. The parents' solution to this was to move their son's bed to the spare bedroom across the hall, which didn't have any big closets. The mother who submitted this couldn't help but feel a little creeped out herself by the drawing, especially every time he came crying to their room in the middle of the night. My husband Jack is in the military. We have generally lived on base at every station we have been to because the surrounding towns can be very crime-ridden and sketchy, and with my husband gone most of the time, the extra security is appreciated. I work from home due to us moving so often. One afternoon, I was taking a break, had made a bite to eat, and was snuggling up on the couch with my dog. That's when I heard the sliding glass door open. It was so nonchalant I thought it was Jack. I saw the cat run from the kitchen and a shadow standing near the door entering it. I thought maybe he had come back for something, so I called out for him and was like, "What are you doing home? Did you forget something?" No answer. This is where I just got an eerie feeling. After I asked what he was doing here, I saw the shadow move and heard the click of the sliding door lock. From there, he walked to the laundry room and shut the door. I still had received no response, so I'm sitting on the couch, scared out of my mind, and I call my husband, hoping to hear his phone in the laundry room. I don't hear a ring, but he does answer. I asked him why he came home, and he didn't answer me. All he says is, "That wasn't me. Grab the dog and get in your car." I freak out. After getting off the phone with Jack, I grab the dog and run to my car. From there, I called the military police. Waiting for them was probably the longest 20 minutes of my life. When they got there, they cleared the house and found no one. They asked me to make a statement, and even they were baffled that someone would try this on a base. We still live here. I'm just so scared that he'll come back. I was about 13 to 14 years old at the time, and it was around the 4th of July. Every year around this time, the town I grew up in would have a 4th of July fair in the center of town. It was always a great place to get together with friends without parents, which at that age is a treat. So a few of my friends and I were walking around the fair just hanging out. It was super hot that day, the middle of summer and all, and we were all in tank tops and shorts, mind you. We were still prepubescent at this point. We all blossomed a bit later. So as we stop in front of a carnival game, I turn and see this man, probably mid-30s, in a full cycling gear with sunglasses on. Not weird, there's plenty of cycling enthusiasts in our town. The thing that grabbed my attention, however, was that his hand was down his pants. Me being a naive 13-year-old girl at the time, I laughed and just thought he was adjusting his tight biker shorts or something. As we walked away, I whispered to my friends to check out the guy fixing his shorts, and they looked and also found it funny. We carried on with our day and forgot about the man. Eventually, I don't really remember who approached us specifically, but an older friend of ours told us to get on the sidewalk immediately. When we complied, she told us that the man in the biking gear had been following us around the fair. We were kind of behind a lot of the carts, so we weren't in the main part of the fair where everyone could see, and continued to have his hand down his pants, masturbating as he was following us. Someone obviously called the police and arrested the guy. I heard later that they searched his car and found porn inside and a few other suspicious items, but I never heard any more about him or who he was. My friends and I never really mentioned it after that as well. I don't think we fully grasped the situation at the time and just kind of blocked it out. I mean, still to this day, almost 10 years later, it makes me squirm when I think about it. Let's not meet again ever, creepy cyclist. About 2 years ago, I used to work part-time at a popular pizza chain as a delivery driver. I had a full-time job during the day, so the shift at the pizza place would be from 6 p.m. to 12 a.m. I enjoyed the job for the fact that I made good money and it was easy, but I hated working at night because it was dangerous. One night, we got a call 30 minutes before closing for a delivery in the worst part of town. I was stuck taking the order since my manager sent the other driver home early because it was a slow night. I hurriedly headed out to deliver the pizza. About 30 minutes later, my GPS said I had arrived. I couldn't read the house number as it was pitch dark and none of the houses had their porch lights on. As a safety precaution, I called the customer to ask if they could turn on their light. He didn't answer until like the 6th ring. He tells me his house has 2 trash bins next to the curb and that the light is broken, so he can't turn it on. He hangs up the phone. I start walking through the front yard to the front door when I see a man staring at me through the window. I yell out, "Hello," to him, but there's no reaction. He doesn't even move to open the door. I'm getting goosebumps now, and I decide to turn back around and go to the car. I call the customer again to come get his pizza from my car. He tells me in a slow, creepy voice to ignore his roommate and that the door is unlocked and if I could take the pizza to the basement. As I'm on the phone, I could make out a small light from the window. The man that was staring at me earlier was on the phone talking to me. I hung up and took off. By the time I got back to the restaurant, phones were turned over, so any complaints would have to wait until the next day. I'm not delivering to any basements, and I'm taking your pizza home for dinner. Osaka University boasted one of the most extensive library collections in the country, drawing scholars and students alike to its prestigious halls. Yet beneath its grandeur lay a dark secret that few dared to speak of. Rumors whispered of a hidden section of the library known as the Dark Night, where forbidden knowledge and ancient tomes were kept under lock and key. Curiosity led Karina, a freshman at Osaka, to seek out the elusive section despite warnings from her peers. Late one night, Karina ventured into the depths of the library, following a trail of flickering lights and echoing whispers. As she entered the dark night, she felt a chill run down her spine, the air thick with the scent of decay. Among the dusty shelves, Karina discovered a tome bound in black leather, its pages adorned with strange symbols and sigils. Ignoring the warnings etched into its cover, she began to read aloud from its pages, unaware of the dark forces she was about to unleash. Suddenly, the shadows around her began to stir, coalescing into sinister shapes that loomed over her like specters of the night. Terrified, Karina tried to flee but found herself trapped within the dark night, the walls closing in around her. Desperate for escape, Karina searched for a way out, stumbling upon a hidden chamber concealed behind a tapestry. Inside, she found a mirror adorned with ancient runes, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly glow. With no other options left, Karina reached out and touched the mirror, hoping it would transport her to safety. To her astonishment, the mirror rippled like water, and she found herself standing outside Osaka University, the shadowed stacks disappearing into thin air behind her. Shaken but alive, Karina vowed never to speak of her harrowing ordeal, knowing that some secrets were better left buried in the darkness. Out upon the open sea, where the horizon stretches on forever and the depths conceal untold secrets, sailed the trawler-cursed Endeavor, a vessel steeped in legend and whispered tales of woe. For generations, it had plied the waters in search of riches untold, its crew bound by a dark pact that none dared to break. Among those who called the cursed trawler home was Captain Drake, a weathered seafarer with a haunted look in his eyes and a past shrouded in mystery. For years, he had served as master of the ship, guiding her through storms and tempests with a skill that bordered on the supernatural. But as the years wore on, the crew began to whisper of strange happenings aboard the trawler, whispers of voices in the night, of shadows that moved of their own accord, and of a curse that had followed them across the seven seas. Undeterred by such tales, Captain Drake pressed on, determined to uncover the truth behind the curse that plagued his ship. But with each passing day, the supernatural occurrences grew more frequent and more terrifying, until even the bravest among them trembled at the thought of what lurked in the darkness below. It was on a moonless night, with the wind howling and the waves crashing against the hull, that the curse finally revealed its true form. As the crew gathered on deck, their faces pale with fear, a monstrous shape rose from the depths, its eyes burning with a hatred that chilled the soul. With a deafening roar, the creature lashed out, its tentacles snaking across the deck with deadly precision. Panic ensued as the crew fought for their lives, their screams lost in the fury of the storm that raged around them. But amidst the chaos, Captain Drake stood firm, his eyes blazing with a determination born of desperation. With a mighty roar, he rallied his crew, leading them in a final desperate assault against the creature that threatened to drag them all to a watery grave. And as dawn broke over the horizon, the cursed trawler sailed on, battered but unbroken, its crew united in their victory over the darkness that had sought to claim them. For though the curse may linger still, they knew that as long as they stood together, they would never again fear the horrors that lurked beneath the waves. Far from civilization, nestled deep within a remote valley, flowed a river teeming with life and death in equal measure. It was said that the spirits of those who had perished in its unforgiving currents still haunted its banks, seeking vengeance on the living who dared to trespass upon their domain. Among the bravest, or perhaps the most foolish, was Nadia, a thrill-seeker with a penchant for danger that bordered on obsession. Determined to test her mettle against the river's legendary inhabitants, she embarked on a solo kayaking expedition, heedless of the warnings that echoed in her ears. As she navigated the treacherous rapids, Nadia felt a chill wind sweep down from the mountains, carrying with it whispers of the past and the promise of doom. Ignoring the sense of unease that gnawed at her insides, she pressed on, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. But as she rounded a bend in the river, she was greeted by a sight that froze the blood in her veins. A spectral figure, pale and ethereal, drifted silently upon the water's surface, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light, fixated upon Nadia with a hunger that sent shivers down her spine. Paralyzed with terror, she watched as the figure drew nearer, its form twisting and contorting with each passing moment. And then, with a sudden burst of speed, it lunged forward, its icy fingers closing around Nadia's throat with a grip that stole the very breath from her lungs. Gasping for air, she fought against the spectral assailant, her paddle swinging wildly as she struggled to break free. But the spirit's grasp was unyielding, its grip tightening with each passing second until Nadia could feel her consciousness slipping away. Just when all seemed lost, a blinding light pierced the darkness, driving back the specter with a force that sent it shrieking into the night. Blinking away tears of relief, Nadia found herself face to face with a figure bathed in radiant light, a guardian spirit come to her aid in her hour of need. With a gentle touch, the spirit guided Nadia to safety, its presence warding off the malevolent forces that lurked within the river's depths. And as she emerged from the water, shaken but alive, she knew that she would never again tempt fate in the haunted waters that lay beyond. As a child, I always found attics to be mysterious places, filled with forgotten treasures and hidden secrets. But what I discovered in the attic of my childhood home would forever change my perception of those dusty, cobweb-covered spaces. It all started on a lazy summer afternoon, when my parents decided it was time to clean out the attic and rid of the clutter that had accumulated over the years. As we climbed the creaky stairs and pushed open the heavy attic door, a wave of nostalgia washed over me, mingled with a sense of trepidation at what we might find hidden in the shadows. The attic was a labyrinth of old boxes and forgotten relics, with dusty furniture and forgotten memories scattered among the cobwebs. As we began to sift through the detritus of years gone by, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that some unseen presence lurked just out of sight, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal itself. And then, as I reached the far corner of the attic, I saw it, a small, nondescript box tucked away behind a pile of old blankets. Curiosity getting the better of me, I reached out and opened the box, revealing its contents to the dim light of the attic. Inside were photographs old and yellowed with age, depicting scenes from another time. But as I looked closer, I realized that these were no ordinary photographs. They were images of my family, taken long before I was born, in a house that looked eerily similar to the one we were currently in. As I flipped through the photographs, a sense of unease settled over me, as if I was peering into a past that had been intentionally forgotten. And then, as I reached the bottom of the box, I found a photograph that sent a chill down my spine, a picture of a young boy standing in front of the same attic door, his eyes wide with fear. It was then that I realized the truth. The attic was haunted by the spirits of those who had come before, trapped in a liminal space between the past and the present. As I looked around at the dusty relics of a bygone era, I knew that I would never be able to forget the horrors that lurked within the forgotten attic of my childhood home. Bodleian Library stood as a beacon of knowledge in the small town of Oxford. However, its history was marred by tragedy and mystery. Legend had it that the library was built upon cursed ground where restless spirits roamed the earth seeking vengeance. One fateful night, Luna, a dedicated librarian, found herself alone in the library after hours. As she went about her duties, she heard faint whispers echoing through the empty halls. Brushing it off as her imagination, she continued her work until the whispers grew louder, more insistent. Suddenly, the books on the shelves began to fly off, pages fluttering in the air as if guided by an unseen force. Terrified, Luna fled to the safety of her office, only to find the doors sealed shut by an unknown presence. Panic gripped her as she realized she was trapped inside the library with something malevolent. Desperate for answers, Luna delved into the library's archives, uncovering the dark history of Bodleian. Centuries ago, the land upon which the library stood had been cursed by a vengeful witch, cursing all who dared to trespass upon it. Determined to break the curse and free herself from the library's grip, Luna embarked on a perilous journey through the hidden chambers and secret passages of Bodleian. Along the way, she encountered the spirits of those who had perished within its walls, their anguished cries echoing in the darkness. At the heart of the library, Luna discovered the source of the curse, a forgotten tome bound in human flesh, its pages teeming with dark magic. With trembling hands, she began to recite the incantations inscribed within, hoping to banish the curse once and for all. As the final words left her lips, a blinding light enveloped the library, and Luna felt a sense of peace wash over her. When she opened her eyes, she found herself standing outside Bodleian Library, the curse broken and the spirits laid to rest. From that day forth, the library stood as a symbol of resilience and triumph, a testament to the power of courage and determination in the face of darkness. This happened in the early summer of 2020, right when COVID was at its peak. I'm sure most of you can relate to staying at home during quarantine and not being able to go out. With the constant boredom of staying locked away inside of my house, I decided to take a day for a fishing trip. I live in South Florida, a place where it's notorious to go fishing. My state was still on lockdown, but I didn't care. I drove about an hour's drive away to Key West and went under a bridge to where I was sure I would get a decent catch. The waves were a little rough, but it didn't matter. Fast forward to about 30 minutes later, I'm still fishing, waiting for a bite. I look to my left and see what appeared to be a blue tarp setup behind one of the pillars of the bridge. I thought nothing of it, but for whatever reason, I looked back and saw a man standing there looking at me. To be honest, he kind of startled me as I jumped a little bit and nodded my head as a hello. However, he didn't seem to acknowledge my greeting as he kept staring at me with this blank expression I couldn't even describe. By the looks of it, he looked homeless, worn, torn clothes and had a full-on white beard, kind of like what you would picture as your typical old fisherman. What made me unsettled, however, was that his right hand was always behind his back. I pretended to concentrate on fishing, but I could still feel his gaze looking at me. Suddenly, he then jumps into the water and is swimming directly toward me. Even with the rough waves and the current from under the bridge, he was extremely fast. I was out from under that bridge in less than 15 seconds and got in my car with my foot glued to the gas pedal. I also left my stuff behind as, obviously, my life was more worth saving than that. I drove about a few miles where I stopped at a gas station for a snack and then proceeded to go home. What that man was going to do to me or what he wanted, I don't know. I assumed he was probably a dangerous homeless person who didn't like people near where he lived. The next day, I drove back to the bridge and tried to get my stuff, only to find it gone. Not only that, but the blue tarp and the man were also gone. Nothing was left except for an old hunting knife left on one of the platforms where the pillars were held up. After seeing it, I knew that's probably what he was hiding behind his back. A few years ago, I was on the outs with a very dependent girlfriend. What started out as just casual dating turned into her practically living at my house, needing to constantly be in contact with me and always trying to spy on my social media accounts. She was extremely depressed and used my sympathy as a weapon to keep pulling me back whenever one of her crazy actions would push me away. It took my stupid younger self a long time to see the pattern. When I finally did and she realized that she was losing me, she ran over my dog, thinking that the grieving process would bring us back together. The worst part is, it kind of did. The pain of having to drive my dog to the vet and put him down was too much for me to handle on my own, and for once, she was there for me instead of the other way around. Until a few weeks later, when she drunkenly admitted what she had done. I have never been so mad about anything. I was brought up to never raise my hand to a woman, but my morals were serious. Why test it at that point? I couldn't get the trip to the vet to put the little guy down out of my head. How could this person that I loved have done something so psychopathic? I threw all of her things out and had to physically remove her from my house. I filed a restraining order, but before it went through, I had to threaten to press charges to keep her away. I haven't talked to her since. I feel bad for anyone that gets caught up in her psycho behavior. I thought she loved me, but that really led me to wonder if she was some kind of psycho or sociopath who had been playing me for a fool the whole time. Hi guys, Lazy Hair here, and thank you very much for listening. Special thanks to Eden and Lady White Rabbit for narrating the female perspective stories in this video. I thought that would make things a bit more engrossing, and given the subject matter, I thought it worked really well. So make sure to check out both of their channels by following the links down below or by clicking on air icons on the screen right now. Stay spooky, and remember, the best things happen in the dark. The following pictures you're about to see were taken by hikers Orly and Dante, who both live in Eagle Mountain, Utah, a small town south of Salt Lake City. For the past few years, they had been exploring forests in search of interesting things, and one day they found it. One day, Orly was hiking in Cedar Fort, just 5 miles south of Salt Lake City. While hiking, she found large amounts of animal bones and piles of junk people had dumped, but things started to get strange when she started coming across strange symbols and animal parts scattered throughout the forest, some of them in weird formations. On September 15th, she decided to bring her friend Dante along with her to show him in person the unusual things she was finding. This time, the two came across something even more disturbing. On the trail, there was a severed deer head and a pentagram surrounded by deer legs, which were not there the first time Orly walked the trail. The sun was going down, and after getting their pictures, they agreed it was time to head back to the car. But the more they walked, they realized they didn't recognize the path they were on. So, the two started looking around for anything that could refresh their memory of where they were. But as it got dark out, the two accepted that they were lost. With nothing but their phone flashlights to navigate, they started getting the feeling they were being watched. As they picked up their pace, the two started to hear the trees and bushes moving at least 20 feet to their right, made more concerning by the fact that there was no wind that night. The two started to panic and hurried onto a trail they found, hoping it would take them back to Orly's car. Just when things couldn't seem to get any worse, Orly and Dante heard a scream so deep and horrific that it sounded neither human nor animal. The two sprinted down the trail, Orly making a conscious effort not to look back, but Dante did. Dante claimed to see a large black figure on the trail behind them, too big to be a human. The two made it to the car by some stroke of luck, losing whatever was chasing them. So, they left the forest and went straight home. Orly has not returned since. This story just happened last year. I work as a receptionist at a hotel, and we often hold high school proms here as we have a big hall and a stage. In order to get to the hall, you have to pass the reception desk. It was prom night, and it was already underway. All the students and teachers were in the dance hall. All the pictures had been taken, and the reception area was empty. At some point during the evening, someone approached the reception desk. I looked up to see a tall man standing there. He had a clean-shaven face, and his hair was greasy and tied back in a ponytail. He was also wearing a suit that was pretty old and dirty, along with some Adidas shoes. His eyes were wide open, and he said, "I'm here for the prom." At first, I thought he was kidding, but he looked completely serious. I said, "Are you employed by the school?" He said, "No, I'm a student here." I still kept thinking he was joking. He looked to be in his late 40s, and he was telling me he was a high school student. So, I asked him, "How old are you?" He said, "I'm 17. "No, 16. "Yeah, 16. At this point, I thought he must have taken something. I said, "I'm sorry, but you don't look 16 at all." He just stared at me, not saying a word, with his eyes wide, staring right at me. He then leaned over to me and said, "I'll make you a deal. I have a big blade in my pocket. If I'm not 16, you can cut my finger off. If I am 16, I can cut your finger off." I didn't get the chance to say anything 'cause he walked out right after he said that. I told my boss about what happened. He said if the guy came back, he'd deal with it. I finished my shift around midnight and then went to get in my car. There was an envelope under my windshield wiper. Written on it was, "The deal is a deal." I opened the envelope to see a human finger, and I had a feeling this wasn't his own finger due to it being a different color. I never saw that man again, and I've always wondered why he was trying to get into that prom. This is narrated from the perspective of a female. This happened a few years ago in Rome, Italy. I was walking alone along the street that leads to the train station. It was around 2 p.m. on a working day, so almost practically no one was around. There were not many shops either on that street, and the few that existed were closed. A man was walking in my same direction just a few meters ahead of me. Casually, he turned back and noticed me. It was one of those instinctive reactions that you cannot conceal. His face said it all. He was roughly 6 foot tall and well built, not exactly the body structure you would like to see such a face on. His eyes openly said, "I've been to jail and I'm highly likely to go back again." He went along his way ahead of me and then turned again a couple more times, slowing down his pace. In a few moments, the situation was reversed. I was walking in front of him now. I didn't turn around. It was useless. I knew he was following me. I didn't hurry up. I just pretended I didn't notice him. I was listening to the radio on my smartphone with earbuds in and just simply kept on doing it. But you can imagine just how much I was panicking on the inside, all alone on the street with a 6-foot-tall criminal walking after me. I kept walking, struggling to the very last bit of my soul, acting as if nothing was happening, while desperately searching for an escape out of the situation. Then, after a few more minutes like this, I saw 2 men talking vivaciously outside of their shop. I seized the occasion and stopped right after them, pretending to scroll up and down on my phone. With the tail of my eye, though, I kept glancing beyond the 2 men, and I was right because after a few moments I saw him stretching his neck trying to spot me. He saw I had stopped and he was leaning against the wall near the 2 other men. He then turned back and went away. I'm pretty sure that I must have had a guardian angel that day who sent those 2 men and placed them at the right time and right place. Nothing else happened, but only because I was extremely lucky. To all the ladies out there, never take for granted that you're safe just because you're in broad daylight. And never give in to fear. As a child growing up in a small town nestled among dense woods, I often found myself drawn to the mysterious allure of the forest. But what I encountered there on one fateful day would haunt me for years to come. It was a warm summer afternoon, and my friends and I had decided to explore the woods behind our neighborhood. Armed with nothing but our youthful curiosity and a sense of adventure, we ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, eager to uncover its secrets. As we wandered among the towering trees and tangled undergrowth, a sense of unease began to creep over me. The air grew still, and the sounds of bird song and rustling leaves were replaced by an eerie silence that seemed to hang heavy in the air. Ignoring my growing sense of dread, I pressed on, determined to uncover the truth behind the whispers that seemed to echo through the trees. But as we reached a clearing in the forest, the source of the whispers became clear. A dilapidated old house hidden among the trees like a forgotten relic of the past. As we approached the house, a chill ran down my spine, and I felt a wave of terror wash over me. The air was thick with a sense of malevolence, and the shadows seemed to dance with a life of their own. With trembling hands, I pushed open the creaking door and stepped into the darkness beyond. What I found inside would stay with me for the rest of my life. A room filled with decaying furniture and cobweb-covered relics of a bygone era. But it was what lay at the center of the room that filled me with terror. A child's doll, its eyes wide with a look of pure malevolence. And as I stared into those lifeless eyes, I felt a presence watching me from the shadows. A presence that seemed to hunger for something far more sinister than mere flesh and blood. With a cry of terror, I fled from the house, my friends close behind me. But even as we ran, I could still hear the whispers echoing through the woods, a chilling reminder of the horrors that lurked within. To this day, I cannot shake the feeling that something evil dwells within those woods, something ancient and malevolent that preys on the innocent and the unsuspecting. And though I have long since left that small town behind, the memory of that day will haunt me forever, a reminder of the darkness that lurks just beyond the edge of our reality. My younger brother and I have childhood friends that go to the beach with our moms for Memorial Day weekend every year. We've been doing this since before my younger brother was born. On our trip about 2 years ago, we had just arrived at the condo complex that we were staying at and had begun to unpack. We were on the first floor, so only 2 flights of stairs to get to our condo. There was some kind of construction happening a few floors above us, so there were trucks and workers. We had finally finished unpacking our stuff, and we were headed down to the beach when I remembered that I left my purse in the car. My mom gave me the keys, and they went down to the beach while I went to the car to grab my purse. But while I was getting it, an old pickup truck pulled into the parking lot, and an older man got out. He had paint on his shorts, so I figured he was a worker. But me, at the time being a teenage semi-petite girl, kept my eye on him. I got my purse, locked the car, and then started heading back to the stairs. I should also mention that the stairs were outside, open for everyone to see. The man started following me up the stairs, but he was several steps behind me. I figured he was headed up to the construction area, so I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Nevertheless, I started walking faster, and when I glanced behind me, the man was only 2 steps behind. This is when I really started to panic. I only had car keys and a purse on me, and I didn't know the layout of the condo yet. Where was the knife block? Was the door to the beach open? I finally reached the door to the condo, ran inside, and tried to close it behind me. The man was at the door and was trying to force it open as I was trying to force it closed. I finally just tried to run for it, hoping the sliding door to the balcony and beach was open. Luckily, my mom and my friend were still inside because they forgot to bring sunscreen down. I ran behind them, and the man just stood in the doorway. "Can we help you?" my mom asked. The man awkwardly smiled and mumbled something about looking for supplies and abruptly closed the door. After I calmed down, we went back to the parking lot, and his car was gone. I'm confident that the man thought I was going to be alone in that condo with him, and I don't like to think about what could have happened if my mom and friend weren't there. Creepy carnival workers, so this happened when I was younger, quite a while ago, but it's one of the creepiest things that has ever happened to me, and I thought y'all might like to hear it. Anyways, I was probably about 10 or 11 years old, and my mom dropped me and my younger brother off at this little carnival thing in the supermarket parking lot. I don't know if they really do stuff like that anymore, but they used to set up smaller carnivals with maybe like 10 rides and a couple of food vendors. Anyways, we had been there for maybe an hour, and I noticed that this guy had been watching us for a while. Then I realized that he was sort of following us around to the different rides. I figured he was one of the workers since he was wearing a carnival hat and his clothes were pretty much the same colors as the other people working there. I would look around and spot him watching us from a couple of rides over or standing next to one of the food stands. Now, I don't want to be rude, but this guy had the creepiest freaking face. One of his eyes looked like it had been swallowed up by this huge swollen eyelid. He had these chapped lips that looked like they were bleeding in places, and he just kept following us around for like 30 minutes, mumbling to himself and staring. After a while, I decided that we should leave and find a way to call my mom. As we were about to leave the carnival area, literally about to walk through the exit, this guy hollers to both of us and grabs my brother's shoulder to pull him back in. He started telling us that we're too young to be there alone and asking where our parents are. I mean, I was young, but there were tons of kids there even younger than us without their parents. He pulled us off to the side area between two rides and pushed us behind him, then just stood guard in front of us like that. I kept asking to use a phone to call my mother since I was still hoping it was actually about us being too young to be there by ourselves. Finally, he gives me this phone that obviously has no SIM card in it or something because it just displays that error message that old phones used to have. I kept begging him to let us go, and he kept muttering, "No, we're going to take you somewhere real safe, real safe." Then he starts laughing and asked if my mom had picked up, which obviously not, and saying he's going to have to take us himself since there's no one else to take us, whatever that he had planned. Finally, we see another worker walking by and I yell to her if I can use her phone. The guy immediately freezes and then just starts walking away like nothing happened. I explained to the woman what had happened and she just looked really confused and kind of worried. I didn't find out until a couple years later, but I guess she told my mom that she didn't think the guy even worked there, that she had never seen him before in her time working. So that happened. New York City trains are pretty crazy. I've been groped and harassed, and I've seen things that I don't ever want to see again. My best friend and I were neighbors living in Upper Manhattan. It was summertime, and it was pretty late. It was around 8:30-ish, and we wanted to go to the west side to get some milkshakes because we always liked to go out late for little adventures. Of course, my parents didn't want us to go out late, but we kept pushing it, and we ended up going. In order to get to where we wanted to go, we had to take the subway. As we're coming back, it was already 9:30-ish, so we expected to get back home around 10. The train arrived, and my best friend and I hopped in. The train car was empty, so we sat on the chairs with two seats. As we arrived at the next stop, a man came into the same car. We didn't think anything of it until the man sat right across from us. Keep in mind, the train car was nearly empty, and he could have picked literally any other seat but decided to sit across from us. Of course, my friend and I thought that was weird, so we texted each other saying we were going to move to the next car when we got to the next stop. As we were heading to the next stop, we quickly ran out of the train and ran to a different car. We just kind of laughed it off until our smiles slowly turned into worried faces when we saw the same man coming into the new car we had just moved to. Obviously, my friend and I felt completely uncomfortable. We moved all the way down to the opposite end of the car, and the man did the same exact thing. Keep in mind, the man himself didn't look creepy. He looked pretty average, which honestly made me really surprised. But my friend and I quickly moved to the next car once we got to the next stop. We were pretty scared because we were only 15 years old, and we were females on a subway. Train going back home alone around 10 o'clock. I don't really remember how we lost the man, but luckily we did. We quickly ran back home after we got off our stop, also making sure we weren't being followed. We didn't tell our parents because we knew they wouldn't let us out again, so we just kept it to ourselves. Nothing crazy like this ever happened again to us, but now we know to be more careful taking the subway home. For anyone that comes to New York and takes the subway, please be careful because you really never know who's gonna follow you. I got some Dunkin' Donuts this morning, and it brought the story back to my mind, so I figured I'd share it. During high school and college, I worked at Dunkin' Donuts for about 7 years and bounced around to a few different locations. I was used to working at the Dunkin' in my town where we would get the yeast rings delivered periodically and frost them ourselves as needed. I transferred to a new shop about a half hour from my house with all the same responsibilities, except for the donuts. They were delivered by corporate and arrived frosted almost perfectly. They looked like the plastic donuts that they show in commercials, always round and not squished together. They would dip them in frosting so it was evenly spread and neat. It was a busy Saturday morning, and it was close to Valentine's Day, so we had a fresh order of brownie batter donuts delivered that morning. We were slammed, which was normal for a weekend, so it wasn't out of the ordinary to see my manager, whom I'll call Bill, running around stressed out. When he first ran past me, I didn't think anything of it, and I continued making sandwiches at the sandwich station. He rushed by, carrying a pastry tray, and I watched him begin frantically throwing something in the trash, looking really worried. At first, I laughed and just said, "Bill, what the heck are you doing?" He strained out and looked anything but himself. I had never seen Bill look so lost, so I asked what was going on and if something was wrong. "Someone filled the brownie batter donuts with staples," he said. He told me he got a phone call from corporate, and that one of the stores in our chain, which contained 10, had somehow discovered multiple staples in every donut in their order. At least 48 donuts for our store. Here's a revised version with natural breaks, and more or less for the other 9, depending on their sales. They told Bill we had to get rid of the most recent delivery because whoever put the batter in the filler dumped a ton of staples in it as well. Thankfully, we hadn't sold all the previous orders yet from that morning because it was still relatively early. But the more I thought about it, the more I felt like I was going to be sick. What if a young child had gotten one of them? I pictured some family sitting at home on a Saturday morning, going out to get some drinks and donuts for the kids, and imagined everything else that could have happened afterward. I'm assuming nothing happened because I thankfully never heard anything on the news. It makes me wonder if they covered it up, and I hope they were able to find out who did it. My name is Ellen. I was at my friend's house, Fayer, and my sister Kilmi was there too. We got on the topic of exploring abandoned places, and Shaw mentioned that she had found an abandoned shack not too far away from her house. We really loved anything creepy or scary, so we decided to go find it. It was in the woods, and Shaw remembered where it was, so we got there pretty quickly. It had a bunch of bush around it and lots of plants growing on it. It had obviously not been inhabited in a while. There was also a smashed car outside by it. I'm not talking like just a window smashed in, I'm talking like a car fell off a bridge type smashed. We found the front door to the shack and pulled really hard on it to open it. As soon as the door opened, a bag came flying out straight at Kilmi. We found it funny, and I guess we were laughing because it made us extra nervous to go in. But like idiots, we still went in. It was one open room. There was a loft and a single curtain separating the bathroom. It was absolutely filthy in there. There was so much trash on the floor, not just garbage but dirty old clothes. There was also a pregnancy test on the floor, and it was used. Pretty gross, right? In the bathroom area, there was a bathtub that was absolutely filthy, with brown and black stains all over it, and there was a broken toilet. We climbed the ladder up to the loft part, and I'm honestly surprised it didn't break when we used it. There was a bunch of garbage upstairs too, but there was a queen-sized mattress right in the middle of the room with no sheets or blankets, as well as a bunch of kids' drawings that were scattered all over the floor. There was also a calendar that had 2012 on it, so who knows how long that shack has been around for. There was also a notebook with pages ripped in it, and it had a name written on it. I'm so upset that I don't remember the name. But this is the most concerning part. Laying right on the mattress was a gun, and we live in Canada where guns aren't legal. Also, the trigger was actually broken off the gun. After that, we decided to just leave and get the hell out of there. Who knows what else we would find if we kept looking. I still have so many questions about what happened there. Why was it in the middle of the woods? Why were there children's drawings everywhere and a pregnancy test? Why was there a gun? But also, do I really want to know? My name is Ellen. I was at my friend's house, Fayer, and my sister Kyomi was there too. We got on the topic of exploring abandoned places, and Shaw mentioned that she had found an abandoned shack not too far away from her house. We really loved anything creepy or scary, so we decided to go find it. It was in the woods, and Shaw remembered where it was, so we got there pretty quickly. It had a bunch of bush around it and lots of plants growing on it. It had obviously not been inhabited in a while. There was also a smashed car outside by it. I'm not talking like just a window smashed in, I'm talking like a car fell off a bridge type smashed. We found the front door to the shack and pulled really hard on it to open it. As soon as the door opened, a bag came flying out straight at Kyomi. We found it funny, and I guess we were laughing because it made us extra nervous to go in. But like idiots, we still went in. It was one open room. There was a loft and a single curtain separating the bathroom. It was absolutely filthy in there. There was so much trash on the floor, not just garbage but dirty old clothes. There was also a pregnancy test on the floor, and it was used. Pretty gross, right? In the bathroom area, there was a bathtub that was absolutely filthy, with brown and black stains all over it, and there was a broken toilet. We climbed the ladder up to the loft part, and I'm honestly surprised it didn't break when we used it. There was a bunch of garbage upstairs too, but there was a queen-sized mattress right in the middle of the room with no sheets or blankets, as well as a bunch of kids' drawings that were scattered all over the floor. There was also a calendar that had 2012 on it, so who knows how long that shack has been around for. There was also a notebook with pages ripped in it, and it had a name written on it. I'm so upset that I don't remember the name. But this is the most concerning part. Laying right on the mattress was a gun, and we live in Canada where guns aren't legal. Also, the trigger was actually broken off the gun. After that, we decided to just leave and get the hell out of there. Who knows what else we would find if we kept looking. I still have so many questions about what happened there. Why was it in the middle of the woods? Why were there children's drawings everywhere and a pregnancy test? Why was there a gun? But also, do I really want to know? It was the summer of 1994 when my mom was just 17. She had gotten a job folding clothes and stuff over at our local Jersey Walmart. Super excited to earn a little cash like any teenager, her first shift started normal enough, I guess. The manager set her up tidying racks in the junior section. A couple hours in, though, she noticed some scraggly older dude, 40s maybe, lurking nearby, pretending to shop. She said she could feel him watching her stack shirts and shorts from the moment she clocked in. But it wasn't until later when the guy started showing up wherever she was working, wandering the ladies' underwear aisle and areas without even hiding that he was trailing her. She asked some supervisor for help, and they were just like, "Sorry, girl, can't kick him without solid proof." So she had to just keep on minding the racks with this creepo on her heels, staring at her. At one point, she turned to see him leering at her further down an aisle. "Come over here and show me those cute little panties, sweetheart," he said, making her skin crawl. She rushed away, but he kept popping up to bother her and make uncomfortable remarks about her body. Come the end of shift, she was majorly freaked, knowing the stalker guy could be waiting for her outside. But she had no choice but to finish up and get her stuff from the back room to leave. She even tried getting a coworker to walk out with her, but they all just wanted to jet. So here's this 17-year-old petite girl having to traverse the empty, darkened store alone and get to the lot before this psycho can grab her. And what do you know, he pops out as soon as she turns into the last aisle near the rear exit. He then said, "There you are, pretty young thing. She froze, panicking at the sight of him lurching towards her, grinning. She made a break for the doors but only made it halfway across the parking lot when he caught up and dragged her back, screaming. Pinned her down, trying to rip at her top as she's kicking and clawing back. Some night patrol guard came running over from around the corner, yelling loud, which caused the creep to book it just before doing who knows what else to her. Cops took my mom's statement while she shook and cried there with ripped clothes and bloody scrapes everywhere. My mom's parents were shocked, obviously, and pulled her from the job after. She didn't leave the house alone for weeks after that trauma. Even now, all these years later, just driving past that Walmart gives me chills knowing some monster lurked there waiting to terrorize my mom trying to earn a paycheck. My mom says growing up is accepting that evil hides in plain sight. I say thank God that guard showed up, or I may not even be here telling this ugly tale. The world failed to protect her innocence that night. Me and my 3 friends were in New York around Christmas time. We didn't finally decide to leave until about maybe 2 o'clock in the morning. We got on the first train that we could catch, and as expected, it was empty. We were pretty sobered up by then. Then there was a sudden commotion in the next car over. We had peeped through the glass in between the cars and there were 2 hooded men, or maybe teenagers, standing obnoxiously close to a woman sitting in one of the seats who was screaming for help. I suggested that we go over and kick their asses, but as me and a buddy got a closer look, we saw they were armed with handguns. I pushed all my friends to get to the next car over, away from the armed men. I took a look back and saw one of the men pointing at us before starting to follow. We ran through at least 3 different cars with the men following us before the train finally stopped at the next station. We all booked it through the old station to the nearest place we could hide. I got separated from my friends, so I went to hide behind a garbage can. I could hear my chaser's shoes hitting the tiled floors, so I knew I had no time to find a better hiding spot. I peeked through the opening at the top of the bin. I could get a better look at them now. One was black, the other was Indian, and they were both really young looking. I was sure they were only trying to rob us until I heard one of them say, "If you find them, kill them." I hope you understand why I almost gave away my position in reaction to hearing this, with a gasp and almost pulling the garbage bin down with me as I returned to cover it. I consider it a miracle neither of them caught me. They left the area. I took notice that they didn't have their guns drawn at that moment. I ran in the opposite direction of the 2 and quickly caught my friends who were waving me over from behind a large pole. I took cover with them behind another pole not far from that one and we waited for as long as we thought necessary. The big shock to the story, though, was when we caught a glimpse of the woman from the train, who we thought was being threatened by the 2 men, walking over in the direction of the men and then calling something along the lines of, "Where are they? Don't tell me you didn't get them." The 2 men reappeared from beyond a corner, walking over to the woman. The rest of what they said was too low to pick up on. They walked back down the stairs to the platforms and, as we could guess, waited for another train to run their trap again. At the very least, we called the police and reported what was going on, but I have no idea if they were ever caught. My partner and I recently bought our first home. On the day of closing, the selling realtor informed us that the seller hadn't given her the keys to the house. She also claimed that the seller never had a garage door opener. When we asked about when we could obtain the keys, the selling realtor explained that the seller works an hour away and has long hours, so we couldn't get the keys until 9 or 10 p.m. Instead, the realtor arranged and paid for new locks on the front door and even gave us money to buy garage door openers. We closed on the house, and everything else went smoothly. However, when I went to set up and turn on the electricity, the company told me they couldn't turn on our power until the next day, even though I had called in the morning. The house needed a good cleaning, as the seller didn't bother to clean before moving out. Let me first describe the house layout. When you walk through the front door, it opens to the living area, with the kitchen to the left. Part of the kitchen is hidden from the front door due to stairs leading to the basement, so you can't see the oven or the fridge. The neighborhood is one of the safest in my area. I had to use the front door to move things in since the locks were installed before I arrived, so I didn't bother locking the door. Moving on with the story, since I didn't have electricity, I decided to start by cleaning the fridge. I turned on a true crime horror podcast and got to work. The fridge doors were wide open, and I was just doing my thing when a shadow appeared behind me. I knew this wasn't my partner because he was teaching, so I turned around to see a man in a black hoodie and black shorts. He told me he was there to drop off a garage door opener. He placed the opener on the island without saying another word. I probably spooked him just as much as he spooked me because he quickly ran out the door. It took me a while to compose myself and call my partner, hoping he was on break so I could tell him what just happened. I also texted our realtor about this strange interaction. I wondered if I hadn't heard a knock because I was so engrossed in my work. But I'm certain he didn't knock. I know this because less than an hour later, another man knocked on the door, explaining he was there to drop off a key to the front door. If he tried the doorbell, I didn't hear it because there wasn't any electricity. We're still working on the house before we officially move in, but now I'm ultra spooked about being alone in the house. I refuse to listen to a true crime horror podcast while the house is empty. This story did not personally happen to me, but it happened to my father. It takes place approximately 3 years ago near the Stones River battlefield in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. My parents are divorced, and my dad lives in an apartment with a roommate. At the time, my dad was a truck driver. On this particular night, he was driving back home, driving along Stones River battlefield, which was a battlefield during the Civil War. My dad is a history buff, and he often took me and my siblings there since it was a spot he enjoyed visiting. On this night, however, it changed his perspective about this historical landmark. As my dad drove down the road, he saw a group of people waiting to cross the street. But as he got closer, he realized that this group of people were all dressed as Civil War soldiers. My dad's initial thought, of course, was that they were reenactors, not giving any thought as to why they were doing a reenactment this late at night. Maybe they were practicing. He didn't know for sure and didn't even think about it. When my dad approached, he stopped his truck and let them cross the street. But what he saw next terrified him greatly. One of the soldiers had stopped and looked at my dad with cold black eyes and a ghostly pale face. My dad was spooked and just sat there in shock until the soldiers had crossed the street and disappeared like mist on the wind. My father drove the rest of the way home, trying to piece it together and keep his sanity intact. He had no idea what he had just witnessed. He then told me some things that had happened after that, things that scare me more than anything. He told me as he got home, he was video chatting with someone on Skype, and at one point in the night, he got up to go do something, so he left his room. When he returned, the person he was chatting with on the video call asked him something strange. They asked, "Was the person walking around in your kitchen your roommate?" My dad's roommate was gone for the night, and my dad's apartment is very small, so if someone had broken in, they wouldn't be hard to find. My dad began to freak out, immediately thinking that one of the ghost soldiers he saw had followed him home. For the longest time, my dad wasn't a believer in the paranormal, not until this experience. He even discovered that around that area and the battlefield, there were common ghost sightings. So just remember, if you're ever driving by the Stones River battlefield, be careful, as these spirits may follow you back to your place, and they may not be as tame as the ones that followed my father. Our first story begins on a Friday night, the air thick with anticipation. A young man named Jack, an avid gamer, scoured online marketplaces for a deal on a used console, eager to dive into the latest releases. He stumbled upon an offer that seemed too good to be true, a current-gen console, practically brand new, being sold at a fraction of the retail price. The seller, only identified as KL, was vague in his responses, claiming he simply needed to get rid of it. Despite a prickle of unease, Jack dismissed his better judgment and arranged to meet KL at a dimly lit gas station later that evening. The seller, a gaunt man with nervous eyes, arrived in a beat-up car, the console hastily wrapped in a garbage bag. He practically shoved it into Jack's hands, eager to be rid of the device. Jack, his excitement overriding his apprehension, paid the man and hurried home, eager to boot up his new purchase. As he connected the console to his TV, he noticed an unsettling detail he had overlooked in his haste, a single deep scratch etched across the top of the console, almost resembling a cryptic symbol. Brushing it off as nothing more than cosmetic damage, Jack grabbed his controller and prepared to enter a world of digital entertainment. From the moment he pressed the power button, things felt off. The console whirred to life with an unnatural hum, the fan noise louder and more erratic than it should have been. The screen flickered, displaying distorted images and garbled text before snapping into focus, revealing the console's home screen. But something was different. The usual cheerful background was replaced with a static image of a dark, desolate forest, the trees twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. Jack chalked it up to a corrupted hard drive, a minor inconvenience he could easily fix with a factory reset. As he navigated the console's menu, he noticed strange glitches, the cursor moving on its own, selecting options he hadn't chosen. The console seemed to have a mind of its own, its actions becoming increasingly erratic and unsettling. Unease curdled in his stomach, but Jack, determined to make his new purchase work, continued to tinker with the settings, attempting to restore the console to its factory settings. His efforts were met with resistance, the console seemingly fighting back, the screen flashing with disturbing imagery, grotesque figures with hollow eyes and gaping maws flickering in and out of existence. Cold dread washed over Jack as he realized that this was no ordinary glitch. This happened in the summer of 2013, back when I was an on-duty police officer. I've been in the police force for several years, and you'd often have to respond to calls you didn't want to. This ultimately led you to see and hear some disturbing things you couldn't even imagine. I've dealt with many different calls that range from abusive exes to full-on crime scenes. However, there was this one call I would never forget, and it was actually the call that made me quit. As I said, it was the summer, and I had just gotten done eating lunch when I received a call from an operator at the station. As the story went, an 11-year-old sister was home alone with her 3-year-old brother, who had reported him missing as she couldn't find him for hours. Now, normally, calls with missing children would almost always turn up upon arrival, but that wasn't the case in this situation. My field training officer and I had arrived at the house where the call was made and had begun searching the house. We went through rooms, checked under beds, in closets, and even outside with our canine. We basically tossed the house upside down but were unable to find the brother. I'd say after a good hour of searching, my field training officer and I decided it would be best to wait before gathering a search party. However, that was until I was walking around the backyard when I noticed something strange at the bottom of the pool. As I got closer, I immediately took off my belt and dove into the water to retrieve the kid we had been looking for. I began to perform CPR while telling the field training officer to call for an EMT, but after a few looks at him, it was already clear that he was deceased. The sister was a mess, which made me start to sob as well, knowing that I couldn't save him in time. For the whole day, We pretty much comforted the sister and her parents to help them get through this. As it turns out, the kid was trying to reach for a pool toy that happened to be in the water. This ultimately resulted in him reaching too far, causing him to fall over into the pool. The crazy part was that he had just started swimming lessons with his parents, which only added to the pain. The following week, I quit my job as a police officer on the spot as I simply couldn't get my mind off of that call. I knew if I were to stay, I'd likely get more calls like that down the road. It was only a matter of time. Calls with kids are the worst, especially if they don't have a happy ending. For God's sake, please don't leave your kids home alone, especially if you know they get easily distracted. I hope you use my story not only as a lesson but also as a message to understand what police officers go through. We all have this perception of police officers arresting the bad guys and protecting our communities. While all of that is partially true, there are also the calls that are never talked about. That call I responded to is definitely one of them. Tale takes us deep into the darkest corners of the internet, where whispers of a cursed game spread like wildfire through online forums and chat rooms. They called it the Grimoire, a text-based role-playing game shrouded in mystery and whispered rumors of misfortune and despair. Legend had it that the game was the creation of a reclusive programmer, a digital recluse who had poured his darkest fears and obsessions into its code. But something went wrong. The game, once intended as harmless entertainment, became corrupted, twisted by an unknown force, its code taking on a life of its own. Rumors spread like wildfire through the online gaming community, tales of players experiencing strange phenomena, their real lives mirroring the events of the game with chilling accuracy. Some claimed to have lost fortunes, their in-game losses translating into real-world financial ruin. Others whispered of broken relationships, accidents, even disappearances, all linked to the game's malevolent influence. The game, it seemed, had a way of reaching out from the screen, of blurring the lines between the virtual and the real with terrifying consequences. Despite the chilling tales, curiosity got the better of many, drawn to the game's mystique like moths to a flame. Among them were two friends, Mark and Lucas, avid gamers with a penchant for the strange and unusual. They stumbled upon the Grimoire on a hidden forum, its download link buried beneath layers of cryptic messages and warnings. Intrigued and perhaps a little foolish, they decided to download the game, eager to experience its mysteries firsthand. As they installed the game, a sense of unease settled over them, the computer screen flickering erratically, the room growing noticeably colder. Ignoring the warning signs, they launched the game, its opening screen a jumble of distorted text and disturbing imagery that seemed to writhe and pulsate before their eyes. A single line of text appeared on the screen, its message chilling in its simplicity: "Welcome to the Grimoire. You have been warned." Undeterred, Mark and Lucas created their characters, their avatars appearing on the screen as pixelated representations of themselves, their features strangely distorted, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. The game world was a dark and unforgiving place, a labyrinth of shadowy forests and crumbling ruins populated by grotesque creatures and malevolent entities. As they progressed through the game, they couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, their every move scrutinized by an unseen presence. Strange things began to happen. This happened multiple years back when I was around the age of 12. I was an only child, and back then, my family only had one car, which my dad would usually take to work each weekday. This meant any time my mom had to go somewhere while he was at work, she would either have to walk or hitchhike. Now, it should be mentioned that back then, hitchhiking was a lot more socially acceptable. Plus, at the time, we lived in a decently small town where, for the most part, everyone knew everyone. From what I can recall, this took place on a Thursday. My dad had dropped off my mom and me at the grocery store on his way to work. This, of course, meant we would have to find a ride back home. Though we'd done this many times before and never had any issues, only a couple of minutes into our walk back home, a driver pulled up next to us, willing to give us a ride. It was some guy in a white pickup truck who we had never seen before. He told us to get in the back, and we did. My mom started giving him directions to our home from the highway, but it honestly looked like the guy was just ignoring her. When we came to our exit, this was confirmed as he straight up drove right past it. The guy then went on to explain how he had to make a quick detour first. This was extremely unnerving, but after a while, we came up to a farm. The driver took out the keys, told us to wait in the car, and disappeared. My mom clearly didn't know what to do. I mean, we couldn't just leave. We were in an unfamiliar area in the middle of nowhere. A few minutes later, the driver came back, but now with a second guy. The guy looked at us and started flipping out, screaming at the driver. Now, I'm not sure if this is exactly what was said, but this is what I can remember. The guy screamed at the driver that he shouldn't have brought someone with a child and that there's no way anything can happen now. From what I recall, more things along those lines were said, but I can't remember exactly. The driver then got back in the truck and apologized to us. My mom sternly told the man to take us back to where he had picked us up. She technically hadn't given him our address yet and, for obvious reasons, now did not want that information known. The drive back was done in complete silence. Looking back, my mom and I both agreed that the purpose of that stop was not as innocent as a simple detour. We honestly see ourselves as lucky for making it out of that situation. We lived in that town for 5 years after that and never once saw those two guys again. I'm an only child and grew up in a small town. My parents were hardworking and often struggled to pay the bills, so they usually worked a lot of overtime or even had multiple jobs. Because of this, I was left home alone pretty frequently. I was 13 at the time, and this night both my mom and dad were working closing shifts, so I was at home by myself after school until 10 or 11. To keep myself busy, I'd usually watch TV or go for walks in the woods behind our house. After getting home from school and having a snack, I went outside and started walking along my regular path while the sun was still out. It was a 2.5 mile trail through the woods that almost never had anyone else walking on it. Strangely though, about a mile into the walk, I saw a guy on the trail up ahead. He was sitting with his back against a tree, wearing a dark blue jacket and had a red baseball cap tilted downward, covering his eyes and most of his face. From the way he was slumped over, it almost looked like he was sleeping. So I continued walking, trying to quietly pass by him. As I got just a couple of feet away, though, he lifted his head and instantly locked eyes with me. His eyes were tired and red, and he had this disturbing frown like he was upset or something. As I passed by, he started standing up, and getting a strange feeling about him, I began walking faster, basically jogging the rest of the trail and back home. I didn't see him follow me, but I locked all the doors just in case. Again, I was only 13, and even though I was used to being home alone, I still got scared pretty easily. I stayed inside and checked the windows one last time before trying to distract myself by watching TV. Only a few minutes after turning it on, though, I heard a voice at the back door. I paused the TV and listened, hearing a man call out multiple times, repeating the word, "Hello." I stood up and looked down the main hallway. That same guy with the red cap and blue jacket was standing at the back door, almost pressing his face into it as he tried to look inside. I quickly went back around the corner, but he must have seen me because he immediately stopped calling out and instead started trying to force the door open. I just froze up in the middle of the living room, listening to the door jolt back and forth against the lock. After several attempts, though, he left. I called my parents, and they called the police, but he was never found. Having been followed home and them trying to break in, though, I can only imagine what they were trying to do to me. Our next tale takes us back to the neon-lit golden age of arcades, a time when joystick warriors battled it out for high scores and bragging rights. In the bustling heart of the city, nestled between a dingy pizzeria and a flickering neon sign promising adult entertainment, stood the Pixel Palace, a haven for gamers seeking an escape from reality. Among the flashing lights and the cacophony of blips and bleeps stood a machine unlike any other, its faded paint and flickering screen whispering tales of a bygone era. This was Dark Carnival, a game shrouded in mystery and whispered rumors, said to be haunted by the spirit of a former player. The legend went that a young man named Ben, a regular at the Pixel Palace, had become obsessed with Dark Carnival, spending every waking moment at the arcade, his fingers flying across the joystick, his eyes glued to the screen. He poured his allowance into the machine, determined to conquer its fiendishly difficult levels. After weeks of relentless gameplay, Ben finally achieved his goal, his initials flashing proudly at the top of the high-score screen. But his triumph was short-lived. As he celebrated his victory, a surge of electricity, a freak accident, seared through the machine, striking Ben down where he stood. Some say Ben's spirit, unable to leave the game he loved, became trapped within the machine, his digital ghost forever bound to the arcade cabinet. And so the legend of Dark Carnival grew, whispered among the regulars, a chilling tale of obsession and the insatiable hunger for the high score. Most dismissed it as an urban legend, a spooky story meant to deter players from hogging the machine for too long. But there were those who claimed to have witnessed strange occurrences firsthand, the screen flickering erratically, the game playing on its own, the faint sound of laughter echoing from the speakers, a chilling melody that sent shivers down their spines. One evening, a group of friends, their laughter echoing through the arcade, gathered around the Dark Carnival machine, their competitive spirits ignited. Among them was Tony, a skeptic by nature who scoffed at the stories surrounding the game. "It's just an old machine," he declared, "nothing more than wires and circuits." His friends, a mix of believers and those who enjoyed a good scare, exchanged nervous glances as Tony deposited a coin into the machine, the screen bursting to life with a burst of static. As Tony navigated the game's opening levels with ease, his skepticism began to waver. The game seemed to anticipate his every move, the enemies reacting with an almost unnatural precision, as if controlled by a sentient force. "I've owned and lived in the same house for 8 years. It's a normal family-sized home, which was relevant when I had roommates. But when they moved out and it just became me living here, I had nothing to do with the extra space. It was technically a 4-bedroom house, but I only used 2 of the bedrooms. One is my main bedroom and one is the game room. The other 2 rooms were on the far end of the upstairs hallway. One had a few storage boxes in it, and the other was completely empty. After getting out of work at 9 o'clock, I picked up Wendy's on the way home and pretty much went right to the game room. I was off tomorrow, so what better to do than game all night? I put my headphones on and loaded up COD, but before I had time to even load into a match, I thought I heard something that sounded like a knock at the front door. I took my headset off and listened, but not hearing anything and figuring they would have knocked again if there was someone there, I went back to my game. Probably a whole 2 hours went by, and then I heard it again. It sounded like either a knock or a door closing or something like that, but with my headphones on and with my room door closed, it was way too quiet for me to tell. I got up and opened the door, looking out into the hallway and waiting for that sound to come again. After a minute, though, I went downstairs and looked out the front door. Nobody was outside my house, and everything seemed normal. Having been hearing these sounds, though, I obviously made sure the door was locked before going back upstairs. To be a bit more cautious, I left my room door open this time, so if it happened again, maybe I'd hear it better. I put my headset back on and continued gaming. I played through a whole round, so like 20-ish minutes. As the game ended and I leaned back in my chair, a figure rushed past the open doorway, just off to the side of my view. I immediately threw my headphones off and jumped from my chair, horrified and unsure what to do. I just stared at the doorway. I didn't get the courage to finally move for several minutes. When I looked into the hallway, though, and eventually the rest of the house, nobody was there, but the front door was unlocked again. When police came and investigated, it was clear that the person had been hiding and very likely living in the empty room. I hadn't been in there for weeks or maybe even months, so all this time they could have been just on the other side of the wall from me, and I had no idea. It's really scary to think about, especially if I'd happened to confront him. There's no saying what he would have done. It was late afternoon, and I was probably around 10 years of age at the time. I was on my way home from my school football when I realized an odd man was walking along my street. At first, I stopped walking and examined the man for a moment. There was something about him that just did not sit right with me, the way he moved, the way he looked, the way he was looking at things in such definitive detail. I could not really put my finger on it. All I knew was that his presence made me feel extremely uncomfortable. I went and sat behind a car so he could not see me, and I waited for a few moments as he walked into somebody's driveway out of view. I ran back to my house, which was only a few doors down. It did not take me too long to reach my driveway. However, when I stepped onto my driveway, I felt like I was being watched. I did not look back. I rushed into my house to tell my mom and grandparents what I had just seen. Of course, they just brushed it off and made an excuse for it to not be some kind of alien man. I could not be bothered to stand around and try to convince them, so I went up to my room and stared. I stared out the window for a while, and then there they were. My window looks out into the driveway, so I could see him clearly. He was tall, maybe 6'5" or so, and extremely skinny. His neck was abnormally long, and his shoulders were narrow. He wore a white sports jersey and a pair of baggy jeans. The top of his head was large and veiny. Overall, he was a weird-looking person. I bolted downstairs with the most intense adrenaline rush I had ever had to tell my family. Out of breath, I stuttered out my words, and they walked out into the living room to take a look for themselves. My mom's face turned pale as she stared into the eyes of the person who was now stood up right against the living room window, so close, in fact, that you could see the condensation from his breath on the glass. He gently pulled up a notebook from his pocket and started writing. As this happened, everything was quiet, and everybody was frozen in place. It was the eeriest atmosphere I have ever experienced. A few seconds passed, and he finished taking his notes. He strolled back to the driveway. Still pale, my mom turned to me with an expression of terror and complexion. The only thing we knew to do from here was to contact the police, which we did. However, they looked for this man all over the neighborhood and could not find him anywhere. Overall, this experience has probably been one of the most bizarre and terrifying I have ever had. I am hoping someone can help me figure out what happened here. I'm hoping somebody can tell me who or what this thing was. I've read a lot of things online, and this sounds a lot like abductions I've heard in the past. Luckily, I didn't get abducted, but what do you guys think? Almost 10 years ago, I was in college down in Florida when I received a call from my ex-girlfriend, with whom I had only broken up about 6 months prior. I didn't recognize the number at first, as I had switched cell phone carriers not long before. I had never been one to answer calls from unknown numbers, but since I was in college, I often received calls from professors, financial aid representatives, and people inviting me to D&D games in the dorms. So, I kind of nervously answered, hoping it was something good. I recognized the voice immediately, and as soon as I did, my heart sank. There was a reason I hadn't given her my new number, and I wondered just how she had gotten hold of it. She said, "We need to talk," to which I replied that I wasn't sure we really did. It had been 6 months, and I thought we were out of each other's lives. She insisted, saying, "No, we really need to talk. Are you sitting down? Because I have something to tell you." My initial thought was that she was pregnant. And I won't lie, I felt myself getting weak in the knees. I sat down on my bed, feeling my heart racing in my chest and my hands getting clammy, bracing myself for the bad news. Then she told me, "We got a patient in the ER from a car accident, and she didn't make it. I'm so sorry, but it was your mom." My ex worked as an emergency room nurse, and getting that news absolutely destroyed me. I was in shock. For some reason, I tried calling her cell, but she didn't pick up. Of course, she didn't pick up. So, I hung up and called my little brother to give him the news. We cried like babies as I told him everything, how my ex had given me the news ahead of time, how she wasn't answering her phone, all that stuff. He confirmed that she had driven over to Walmart about an hour ago and lamented not making the most of his last goodbye with her. Then, in the middle of our heartfelt conversation, I heard him shout, "Mom," out of nowhere. She wasn't dead, she had just walked through the door, super confused about what was going on. Long story short, my ex had lied, and she did so because she wanted to hurt me, quote, just like I'd hurt her. At this point, I should tell you that I cheated on her with a girl in college, but I was at least man enough to admit it and have her break up with me. I'm not saying I didn't deserve some kind of revenge, but dear God, not that brutal. Ex-boyfriends can be terrible, sure, but some ex-girlfriends can be absolute psychos. Ere the police station was on, I noticed that the car stopped following me. I pulled into the police. I didn't get out of my car. I sat in the parking lot for a few minutes, making sure that the car didn't come in after me and that it was gone. Then, I finally went back on the road and went home. For the rest of my drive, I did not notice the car directly behind me or anything. There were a decent number of other cars on the road, but it wasn't all that busy. Eventually, I got back to my house and pulled in. My street was usually pretty quiet, but as soon as I parked my car in the driveway, my phone started to ring again. I jumped when I heard it. When I looked, it was the same number as before. I decided to answer it. When I did, I heard the same man's voice speak. He said, "You shouldn't have gone to the police station. You should have just gone home. I know where you live." This really freaked me out, but just then, things got worse. I suddenly heard a car approaching and saw headlights entering my street. I turned and ran for my house as fast as possible. I got to the door and unlocked it just as the car reached my driveway. It pulled in and parked behind my car, and I made it inside my house. I locked the door behind me. I took out my phone and called the police. Meanwhile, after parking in my driveway, I saw a man get out and start to walk to my door. I ran back into the living room, which is away from the door. The man then knocked on my front door and tried to open it. After that, he stayed on the front step, just standing there. I really wondered if that guy was crazy. He called me again, but I didn't pick up. I let it go to voicemail, and he did not leave a message. The good part is that he did not attempt to break in. He just stood there right outside my front door the entire time. Finally, the police got there. They talked to the man and were able to get him to leave as well as give him a citation. I hoped that that would be enough. It was certainly one of the scariest situations in my life. That man was very sneaky. I really don't know how he got my phone number or knew where I lived. I think he waited for me around the corner of the police station or something, then kept a distance so I didn't notice him. It was dark out, so I couldn't see all the other cars very well. Either way, whatever he did, it blows my mind he was able to do it. The good news is that I haven't seen him since. I should start off by saying my brother is not only a military man, but he's your basic hetero, never let them see you cry cliché of a military man. He's not afraid of anything, well, except for the entire country of Japan. This is his story. My brother joined the Marines when he was 18 and was stationed in Japan. He really enjoyed his time there for a while, the girls specifically. He made friends with some of the Japanese guys his age who worked around the base. On nights where he and his soldier friends had the night off, the local Japanese guys would show them around, bring them to bars, introduce them to girls, etc. One night, after a little drinking and no luck with girls, a guy invited my brother home to play video games. My brother accepted the invite, and they played video games for a few hours. During this time, the guy tells my brother the main reason he wanted to get home early was because his little sister had been suffering from night terrors, causing her to wake up screaming, crying, and sometimes vomiting. He was worried about her and wanted to be home in case she had an episode. At this point, the story should explain how this guy's house was shaped. The house was built in the shape of a horseshoe with the garden in the middle. His bedroom was at the very edge of one side of the U-shape, and his sister's was all the way on the other end. So they are essentially across the garden from each other. If he looks out of his window, he can see into hers and vice versa. So anyways, they decide to call it a night, and the Japanese guy walks over to the window to look across the garden into his sister's window to check on her. He lifts a blind and peers out for a fraction of a second before jumping back, screaming, and looking at my brother like he just saw something horrible. My brother then goes to look, and he stops him. He tells him that he saw a dark cloud with red eyes hovering over his sister's sleeping body. My brother naturally doesn't believe him and decides to look for himself. He creeps quietly over to the window and lifts the blind, but this time he finds himself eye to eye with what he describes as a dark black puff of smoke with a face. My brother and this other guy admit that they got under the covers and stayed there until it was light outside, too afraid to lift the blankets and see that the smoky figure had come a little closer and was in the room with them, just on the other side of the thin sheets. I don't know what to believe, or maybe they drank more than what they said they did that night and imagined it all, but I know my brother believes what he saw. He sticks to his story, and when he tells it, he looks like someone who saw something truly sinister. The woman in the wedding dress. I'm a 25-year-old female with a 15-year-old brother and have lived in Queens, New York my whole life. 10 years ago, for those too lazy to do math, I was 15 and my brother was 5. I decided to take my brother to a massive street fair on a main street that stretched very far. The street was shut down. There were some scattered officers of the law, and everything else was street vendors and some awesomely shitty little carnival rides for kids. A group of my friends joined us. In total, there were 10 of us. After having a fun-filled day and introducing my brother to the deep-fried goodness of Zeppels and whatnot, we went to a pizzeria right by the fair. The place wasn't wide but was long. The booths that lined the wall on the right sat 3 people on each side. Then there was a narrow aisle and booths that sat 2 people on each side on the right. Being a half-decent big sister, I had my brother in the 6-seater booth in between me and a friend. This is where things start to get kind of creepy. In walks a man and woman who genuinely looked like they did way too many drugs. They were probably in their late 50s and early 60s. We wouldn't have noticed them if it wasn't for the fact that the woman was wearing a wedding dress, long sleeves, puffy at the shoulders, and long but sort of form-fitting in a way. This dress, however, must have once been white but was now yellowed with age and very dirty. She sat with the man parallel to our booth, our other friends sitting behind them, and a young couple with their 3 to 4-year-old daughter in front. The woman looked around, spotted my brother, and began to talk to him. "You're adorable. How'd you like to come home with me?" My brother has always been a bright kid and ignored her, eating his pizza. "Come on, little boy, you don't want to be around these teens." I nicely turned my face to the lady and asked her politely to leave us alone. She stood up and came to our table, trying to reach over to touch my brother. My friend stood up and blocked her. She went and sat down and started harassing the young couple and their daughter. After about 10 minutes, my brother announced he had to go to the bathroom. When my brother stood up and headed for the bathroom, 5 steps away, the woman asked him if he'd like her to help. At this point, I told her to get lost and leave my brother alone. She tried to push past me and rush to my brother in the bathroom, but another friend was standing in front of the door, basically guarding him. She cursed me out and sat down. As soon as he came out, I picked him up and carried him out. She tried to grab him from me, but there were 10 of us and 1 of her. We went to the nearest officer and told him what was up, and he ran to the pizzeria. Come to find out, she actually abducted a kid from the fair, but when the child started screaming bloody murder, she put him down and ran. Halloween night, I don't know what year it was, but it was probably like 4 years ago, and it was a Saturday. I'll keep this short and to the point. My friend Jamie and I were set on doing something scary that night, and that ended up being a visit to the abandoned house way up the road from our campus. It was at the top of the hill, and some students referred to it as the Blair Witch House simply because it's all by itself on an enclosed property and it had been abandoned for years. So come 10 o'clock, Jamie drove us all the way up the road and parked his car in the dirt outside of the property. We walked up the hill to the house, and even just seeing the unlit house standing in the dark gave me goosebumps. We both came with backpacks full of tools like flashlights and knives, just in case, and he even brought a crowbar. Surprisingly, he didn't need it though because the front door was already cracked open. This is where the flashlights came in because, of course, the inside was as dark as it gets. The house seemed to be scrapped for just about everything because nothing was left except junk, nothing very exciting. Then there was a thump from upstairs. Jamie and I looked at each other, and we agreed to go upstairs and check it out. He led the way up the stairs, which were extremely rickety. He got to the top, and there was a small hall with 3 doors. We passed the first room, which was a tiny bedroom with an old collapsed bed frame still in there. There was a second door on the left. This one led to an empty bathroom. There was one more door, this one on the right of the hall. We stepped inside. This bedroom was definitely the master bedroom. There was a bed frame sitting in the center of the room. There was once carpet on this wood floor, which had apparently been ripped away over the years. We stepped fully inside the room, looking for what could have made the thumping sound. Then the door to the room slammed shut. There was suddenly a white flash that filled the room, then another. It seemed like camera flashes. Jamie screamed and opened the door back up to flee the room. I did the same. Neither of us looked for whoever was in there with us in the moment. We were way too scared. We ran back to the car, and Jamie drove us back to campus. A week later, Jamie sent me a picture through text. He was holding a photograph. In the picture, it was of the 2 of us in that bedroom of the house. He said they were left under his windshield wiper in the parking lot of our dorm building. I told him to throw them away and park somewhere else from now on. We only told a few close friends about this, and we never went near that house again. The bowling alley was a place of comfort for me, a sanctuary where I could escape the troubles of the world. But one night, that sanctuary turned into a scene of terror I'll never forget. It was a quiet evening, and the lanes were populated with a few lingering patrons. I was enjoying a solitary game, lost in the rhythm of the pins crashing and the balls rolling, when I noticed a man lurking in the shadows. A man whose presence set off alarm bells in my head. Something about him seemed off. His eyes were dark and predatory as he watched me from across the alley. I tried to ignore the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine, chalking it up to paranoia. But as the night wore on, his gaze never wavered, his attention focused solely on me. I decided to leave. My nerves were on edge as I made my way toward the exit, but before I could reach safety, the man stepped out of the shadows, blocking my path with a crazy smile on his face. He asked me if I was leaving soon. I tried to brush past him, but he grabbed me roughly by my arm, his grip like a vice as he dragged me toward the back of the alley. Panic surged through me as I realized his intentions. I was being kidnapped. I struggled against his hold, screaming for help as he dragged me further into the darkness, but my cries fell on deaf ears, drowned out by the cacophony of the bowling alley. Just when I thought all hope was lost, a voice pierced the darkness, a voice filled with authority and determination. He said, "Let her go." I looked up to see a security guard rushing toward us, his eyes blazing with fury as he confronted the kidnapper. With a curse, the man released his grip and fled into the night, leaving me shaken but alive. The security guard helped me to my feet, his presence a reassuring anchor in the midst of chaos. As we waited for the police to arrive, he listened intently to my story, his expression grim as he took notes. When the police finally arrived, they took my statement and launched a search for the kidnapper. But despite their efforts, he was never caught, leaving me to grapple with the trauma of the horrifying night. In the days that followed, I could not shake the feeling of being watched, the memory of the kidnapper's sinister smile haunting my every waking moment. But as I returned to the bowling alley, determined not to let fear rule my life, I found solace in the knowledge that I was not alone. There were people like the security guard who would stop at nothing to protect the innocent from harm. Yet, as much as I try to think positively, there's also that other side. What if that man is still watching me? What if he tries to strike again? This happened to me just a bit over a year ago. I'm 24 and have a townhouse in the suburbs. I live alone, which for me gets really boring, so I try to have friends over whenever I can. My closest friends come a couple of times a week and sometimes even sleep over to escape their parents' houses. I didn't have any plans this night, but I had plans for the next day with my friend Adam, who was supposed to be coming over to have a movie night. So I really was just trying to get this night over with and looking forward to the next day. I went to bed early, like 9:15. In the middle of the night, I woke up. I looked at my nightstand and saw it was 2 a.m., but the way I woke up was odd. My heart was pounding for some reason, and my brain was very alert and aware, like something was happening. I thought maybe I had just woken up from a nightmare or something until I heard a click from downstairs. I sat up. A door slowly screeched open, and I could hear someone's footsteps entering my home. Although terrified, I thought this had to be Adam or one of my other friends, as they all had keys to my house in case they needed somewhere to stay. I got up from my bed and walked over to the door, opening it and stepping into the hallway. Adam, no one responded. I waited in the hallway for what felt like forever, but then a bright light suddenly flickered on, lighting up the whole downstairs. A second later, soft chattering noise came from the living room. Whoever it was had turned on the TV. For a moment, I felt relief, thinking it was definitely one of my friends who had one too many drinks. I went down the stairs and into the living room and felt my whole body turn ice cold in an instant. Some random man was sitting on my couch, looking at the TV screen. He looked maybe 50 years old with patchy long black hair and dirty clothes. As I stared at him in fear, he glanced over at me and showed a crooked smile, then waved his hand as if to invite me over to the couch. I turned around and sprinted right out the front door. I banged on my neighbor's door until they let me in and called the police. By the time they made it, though, he was gone, no trace of him at all. What's worse is the police didn't take it all that seriously, suggesting it was probably just some harmless homeless man wanting a place to sleep. The way I see it, everything points to otherwise. He picked the lock on my door, sat on my couch, and turned on the TV. Then the sick man smiled at me and invited me over to the couch. I think he may have been a stalker or something, and now I find it hard to even sleep at night when I'm alone, thinking that there's a chance that I'm not really alone. This happened 20 years ago. My name is Lisa, and when I was turning 14 years old, I had a birthday party with some friends. It was not a huge party, it was just me and my 4 closest friends from school. The 5 of us went to my house after school on Friday, and we were going to have a sleepover. We got pizza and just hung out and had a good time. We stayed up late in my room playing games and stuff. Finally, when it was pretty late, we got tired and were going to go to sleep. We were all sleeping in my bedroom because it was pretty large and nice. I was in my bed, and all my friends had sleeping bags and had plenty of space. I remembered that it was probably like 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm not sure if any of us were asleep yet. I know that I wasn't, however, I was laying in bed with my eyes closed trying to fall asleep. The next thing I knew, I heard a knock at my bedroom window from the outside. There was no mistaking it, and there were several somewhat loud knocks at the window. I sat up in bed and looked to the window. There were shades mostly covering it, so I couldn't really see anything. I whispered to the room, asking if anybody else had heard that. Several of my friends spoke up, saying that they had. The knocking was not going on anymore, so I decided to get up and look out of the window. I walked over to it and then lifted up the shades. When I did, I saw this man standing there. I instantly backed away from the window and told everybody that I saw a guy. A few of them had also briefly seen him. We all then ran out of the room. We headed towards the living room, and everybody else in the house was asleep by then. I remember that we looked out the living room window outside but didn't see the guy anymore. We talked amongst ourselves and then went around checking several different windows. After not seeing or hearing anything unusual or strange, we decided to go back into my bedroom. We figured whoever it was had left and would not be back and were then going to attempt to go to sleep again. But before doing so, I checked out of my bedroom window one last time. When I did, I saw the man coming out from behind a tree in the front yard. He instantly began walking in my direction. I moved away from the window, and we all left the room again. This time, we called the police. We waited away from windows towards the center of the house for them to come. I also woke everybody else up. When the police got there, the man was gone and nowhere in sight. Luckily, after that, he didn't return. This remains one of the scariest moments of my life. It was around noon on Memorial Day of 2017. My car was in the shop for a few days, so to the outside world, it would seem that no one was home. I was sitting in the living room watching television when I noticed a shadow being cast from the window behind me. I thought nothing of it as the window faces the street, and our front lawn is not very big. To me, it seemed like someone was just walking down the road, no big deal. Almost simultaneously, however, someone passed by the window to the carport heading to our side door. I went to check it out, and before I got to the door, he knocked. When I answered the door, I saw him in a white duct-taped motorized scooter, now under our carport. He told me he had been walking down the road pushing his scooter and he was wondering if he could rest for a moment. It was a hot day, and I could tell he had been walking. I decided to give him a break and let him sit under my carport for a minute. I even gave him a mellow yellow from the fridge, thinking if he had a cool drink, he would leave as soon as he was finished. I returned to my living room. Then there was another knock, but this time on the front door. I answered it, and this guy was asking if we were selling a scooter here. I told him no, and he apologized and then walked off. I closed the door and looked outside the window, and saw that the guy in the scooter was still there. At this point, I was really suspicious, as most people would be. I decided to make something up to get the guy to leave by saying my friend was about to be here and that he needed to park there. When I opened the door, I asked him if he was feeling all right now, and he told me he was just resting. Before I could tell him my made-up excuse to get him to leave, the guy from the other door came from around the side of the house. He talked to the scooter guy and said, "Hey man, I've been looking everywhere for you. I thought you might have been stealing these people's scooter." They laughed for a moment and then both walked to the street with the scooter. I closed the door and decided to watch them from my front window. They both loaded the scooter in the back of a big red truck parked in the street that was not there when I talked to the front door guy. The driver was staring at the window I was looking out of, and after they got in, they took off. I called the police, and an officer came over almost immediately. I live a block from a police department. When I told the cop about what happened, he told me they had similar reports of a guy with a scooter casing houses, probably thinking that no one was home for the holiday. He told me that I probably scared them off since I was home. Still, though, I'm very lucky that they weren't violent. Every Memorial Day, I think about what happened. When I was in high school, I lived in a really small town in Texas. It was the kind of place where everyone was either related to each other or hated each other. I had no family there, so yeah, but I did have a pretty blonde girlfriend and was pretty hated for that too. Nothing major, just petty harassment and occasional fights, but it had been escalating. That's why, on Valentine's Day, my girlfriend and I decided to skip the school dance and just stay in and watch a movie at her house while her parents were out. It was just better to avoid trouble. We borrowed her dad's car, a little Honda hatchback, and went into town. We stopped at the video store for a movie and went to the Dairy Queen for some ice cream, and then we headed home. Now, she lived in the complete boonies, out in the middle of the woods along a lonely road with no street lights at all. We were just chatting and eating our blizzards when, all of a sudden, a car came up behind us. No big deal, but what was a very big deal was that when the headlights flooded the interior of our car, I saw two hands in the back seat and a head coming from the hatchback part of the car. As soon as the lights hit, the head and hands retreated back down. A solid chill ran through the entire length of my body. I slowly reached down and pulled out my pocket knife, the only thing I had. She saw me and asked what was wrong. Loudly, I said nothing, I just had to stop at my friend's house real quick. But she knew that I didn't have any friends. I pulled over at the next house that came up and jumped out of the car, yelling at her to jump out too. She jumped out quickly, in total confusion. I flipped the driver's seat forward and lunged into the back seat in full maniac mode. He popped up like a jack-in-the-box with empty hands, waving, "Hey, hey, hey, what's up?" It was some weird kid from our high school who we had never seen in our entire lives, let alone spoken to before. I said, "What the heck are you doing in our car?" His reply was, "I thought you guys were going to the dance, and I was just hitching a ride." We sat there, staring at him with our mouths open, wondering what to do. We tried to act real cool, and obviously, we were in the middle of nowhere in some random person's driveway, so whatever he was planning was forgotten. We actually ended up driving him to the dance and dropping him off. The whole time, he's telling us to come inside with him. Yeah, I don't think so. We dropped his ass off and bolted out of there as soon as we could. As soon as he got out of the car, my girlfriend started crying and shaking. She was so freaked out. I have no idea what he was trying to do when the lights caught him crawling out of the hatchback. Each year when I was a kid, we would celebrate New Year's Eve and stay up late. Normally, I would go to bed at about 10 o'clock, but on New Year's Eve, I would stay up until around 2 a.m. My sister, my parents, and I would play board games and watch movies. We would then watch the ball drop when it was midnight and would stay up for several more hours. I think this happened when I was about 12 years old. That time, like any other, we played games and watched a couple of movies. This continued well past midnight, and at roughly 2 a.m., we all got tired and finally decided to go to bed. We could sleep in the next day because nobody had work or school. Our house was on a pretty quiet street. Other than that, it was a pretty typical neighborhood. I stayed up a little bit later than everybody else that night because I was watching a movie in the living room. When it ended, I finally went to bed. I remember getting back into my bedroom and turning out the lights. When I did, I could see very clearly into the front yard because of the moonlight. There was a woman standing in our yard. She was not facing me, and I didn't recognize her. I walked over to the window, and when I did, the woman turned and faced me. She saw me and then started to walk closer in my direction. This really creeped me out. Nobody was supposed to be in our front yard. Nothing like this had ever happened before. I moved away from the window and hid. I ducked down and laid on the floor so that she couldn't see me. My window was pretty large, and I did not have a cover on it at the time. Now, my bedroom was also on the second floor, so she couldn't directly reach me, but I was still terrified. I waited there, just hoping that she would go away. A few minutes went by, then I heard something hit my window. I wasn't sure as to what it was. I started watching my window, and something else hit it. The woman was throwing sticks at it. She was trying to get my attention, and I don't know why, but I got up. I carefully looked out of the window again. The woman was still there and looking right up at me, this time closer. She said something, but I couldn't hear her. Then I saw her motioning for me to let her inside. I was not going to do that. She then walked to the side of the yard near the front door. Then she knocked on the front door. I didn't move. I was hoping that my parents or sister would wake up. I didn't have the thought to call the police for some reason. It just never entered my mind. The woman knocked on the door on and off for like 5 minutes. Finally, she walked away. I watched her from the window walk to the end of the driveway and then a little ways down. She then got inside of a vehicle and drove off. The whole situation was really bizarre, and it really confused me. The next morning, I told my parents about it. They had no idea what she could have been doing either. Luckily though, she never came back. I'm a driver for Uber, and I'm a 26-year-old female. This happened when I was 25. It also happened to be on Halloween night. I usually start in the town next to mine. It's only 15 minutes away. On the way there, I get the notification that Tony needs a ride. His pickup area was odd but still within town limits. I didn't think twice and I accepted it. His pickup was at a well-known bank. I thought it was odd it was 11 p.m. and the bank's closed hours ago. I sent a notification to the customer letting him know I was there in the yellow car. I waited about 2 minutes, and he knocked on my window asking if I was Karen. I said yes and told him to hop in and buckle up, and he did. He was an older man, and he had some food with him as well as a backpack which he put at his feet. We headed out to his destination, and at first, he really seemed perfectly fine. He did ask me to pull over so he could call his friends and make sure that they were home just in case. Honestly, I really don't mind doing this kind of thing, as I know how to handle myself if anything went wrong. But I don't think I saw him call anyone. His phone wasn't dialing out. He just put it up to his ear and said no one answered. So, I got back on the road as I wasn't gonna wait around forever. At the next stoplight, he asked to see my hands. I figured he wanted to see if my nails were done or something. I said that I'm sorry, but I'd prefer not to, as I really don't like being touched. Not a minute goes by, and he asks another question. So, I was wondering, can I show you something? Now, I'm a nice girl and I don't see anything wrong with friendliness, so I then responded back with, "What? What is it?" As I looked over, I saw this man had exposed himself while also groping himself. At this point, I'm scared as I'm a girl and with a complete stranger. I then wanted to tell him to put himself away or I was going to call the cops. I didn't want to aggravate him though, in case he decided to attack me or worse. Luckily, there was a gas station just across the road from the stoplight. I pulled in and asked him to get the expletive out of my car, that if he didn't, I was gonna pepper spray him. He did get out of my car, but not without calling me a few select words. I did call the cops and give his description and the locations of the pickup and drop-off and which way he went. I'll never forget this night as it always serves as a learning lesson for safety for myself and others. I'm very happy to say that I now own a dash cam as well as a firearm for protection. To all the female rideshare drivers out there, always be safe and listen to your gut. It may save your sanity. The story I just told actually happened to me when I was still living with my parents about 3 years ago. We moved to a new house at the end of 2019, right before the lockdown, and multiple things happened. One night, around 7 p.m., my mom and I were driving home from school. It's about a 20-minute ride. My mom has this weird habit of always checking who's behind us. That night, she noticed that a car had been following us for a few minutes. To be sure we weren't paranoid, we slowed down and made 2 rounds in a roundabout, but the car ended up cutting us off at full speed on the small road leading to our house. This wasn't a busy road usually, so we assumed we were just at the wrong place at the wrong time. Fast forward to the lockdown. At first, everything was going well, and we collectively decided to forget about the incident. By May, 2 months after the lockdown started and almost at the end of it, my sister was downstairs around 3 a.m., just hanging out in the living room. Just to give context, our house has lots of doors and windows in the living room. She noticed that one of the doors was slightly opening and assumed that someone had forgotten to close it and that the wind was blowing it open. But when she tried to push it to lock it, she felt like someone was putting their weight on it to open it. She screamed as loud as she could and ran upstairs to our parents. They went into the backyard to check if anyone was there, but they didn't see anyone, so we let it go as a one-time thing. But my mom wasn't reassured, so she started staying in the living room during the night to see if anything would happen. For the next few weeks, nothing happened, and she asked me multiple times to stay with her just to be her witness in case anything did happen. One night, around 1 a.m., we were lying on the couch, but the lights were off because I had a headache, and my mom was just scrolling through her phone. We saw a blinding light directed at our living room, which spooked me so much that I was completely paralyzed. My parents went into the backyard, but again, nothing. After that, we saw multiple lights and heard strange noises. On the surveillance camera, there were weird people at our gate, staring directly at our house. But since that's not technically illegal, we couldn't do anything about it. This continued for a few months, and it was driving my family insane. In 2021, while we were cleaning the backyard for summer, we found a big hole in the bushes, large enough for someone to pass through. We didn't know what to do, but we were now sure that someone had been coming onto our property. Almost nothing happened after that, which made us believe that whoever it was knew we were onto them. But we still don't have a clue about who it was, why they were doing it, or even if they intended to do something bad. My friend Basil and I rent a house together. He's a pretty big partier, though, and often stays out really late or even sleeps over at others' places, so a lot of nights I have to myself. This was one of those nights where Basil was out at the club or something. So, having the night alone, I brought out a couple cans of beer to our front porch and sat on the swinging bench we had set up. It was nice weather out, and with it being nearly midnight, most people were sleeping, and the neighborhood was pretty quiet. After being out for a little less than an hour, a person came walking down the street in front of the houses. He looked like a large guy and had a sweatshirt on with a hood over his head, but something was off about the way he was walking. He was very stiff, like only his legs were moving, and his whole upper half wasn't. When he got up to the part of the road my house was in front of, he stopped and looked over at me. I waited a few seconds for him to say something, but he didn't say anything. He just stood there in the middle of the road, right in front of my house, and looked at me. "Hey buddy, you need something?" He stayed quiet for a moment, then started walking up my driveway. I stood up from the bench and yelled at him to leave, but once I realized he was getting pretty close, I hurried inside and locked the door behind me. I then watched out the peephole as the guy came right up to the door. He waited for another second before pulling out something from under his sweatshirt. It was hard to see from the small view I had, but it looked like maybe a hammer or crowbar or something. Once I saw that, I knew what was likely about to happen. I ran upstairs and locked myself in the bedroom, dialing 911 and trying to be quiet. I could hear the wood splintering off the door downstairs as I pleaded with the operator for help. Then there was a loud thud and silence. The broken door swaying on its hinges was the only sound. I waited anxiously, only assuming that I'd hear the guy's footsteps approaching the bedroom door at any second. But seconds turned to minutes until I heard a cop car pull into my driveway. I thought about running down to the officers, but the operator suddenly told me through the phone to stay where I was and wait for the cops to get to me. So, I sat back down. 30 seconds later, I heard one of the officers walking up the stairs, followed by them shouting and firing off a taser. The guy had been standing right outside the bedroom door, as if he was just waiting for me to open it. He was arrested and apparently was very drunk, but I have no clue who he was or why he did what he did. As far as the officers have told me, the guy wouldn't even say why he was walking down the road or what he was even doing there. All I know is if I had opened that door, it would have been the last thing I ever did. This took place around 2008, if my memory serves me right. My family and I had just moved to Costa Rica, and we enjoyed spending most of our time at the beach, particularly one near a lovely little river where I liked to swim. It was on this same beach that 9-year-old me found a dead body floating in the ocean. To give a little context, I had been playing on the beach, which we thought was relatively safe, so my parents were farther up. How wrong we were about it being safe. I remember seeing something floating in the water, but I wasn't sure what it was. I went to investigate and found a dead man just floating there. Part of his leg had been hacked off. It was obvious he had not drowned. The man had clearly been murdered. Around this time, we had heard about a recent string of murders that had happened both on the Caribbean side of Costa Rica, where we were, and on the Pacific side. The murders had been happening every 6 months, rotating between both regions of the country, so there was reason to assume this murder had been done by the same person since it seemed to fit the timeline. As far as I can remember, the details of the murder were never disclosed in any of the local newspapers, only that the man had been a tourist from England. So there was no way for anyone who had not seen the man on the beach to know the specifics of his murder. Eventually, the whole thing blew over, and we returned to that same beach. I can't quite remember the time frame, but it was definitely within a few months of me finding the dead man that this next part happened. One day, I was swimming in the river with my mother when a very strange man popped up out of the water, startling us. He had a spear gun in hand and a snorkel mask on. He began talking to my mom, and I think we could both tell that something was just off about this guy. I wasn't really paying attention for most of their conversation, but I do remember him bringing up the recent murder on the beach. He seemed to know a great deal of details about it, which, as I previously mentioned, were not available to the public. It almost seemed as if he was trying to confess that he was the one who murdered the man without directly saying so. He also talked about how he traveled between the Caribbean and the Pacific side of Costa Rica, spending half a year in each spot. Eventually, they also got on the topic of what he did for a living. He went into great detail about how he made the masks for the movie Eyes Wide Shut and that he would make those masks, and presumably others, based on real-life human emotions. He specifically liked capturing the look of fear. We were totally taken aback by this guy and didn't really know what to do. Eventually, he just got back into the river and swam away, and thankfully we never saw him again. I do not know if this is related or not, but the weird string of murders suddenly stopped after that. My parents live next door to a small red house. Our backyard faces the side of their house, which has a deck and 2 large windows. Around front, there were always at least 3 cars parked outside. Oddly enough, in the 10 years I lived there, I never saw anyone enter or leave. Once, when I was 11, I saw shadows thrown against the far wall that was visible through one of the windows. When my sister moved out, I took her bedroom, a large open converted space in the basement, which had a door and an outdoor stairwell that led to the backyard. The door had a small window on it, which my sister had covered with a Pulp Fiction poster. I redecorated and replaced the poster with some of those sheer half-curtain things. The way the room was set up, if I was lying in bed or sitting on the couch, I was facing the door. When I first moved down there, I noticed that sometimes at night I would hear the sound of leaves crunching in the stairwell. I chalked it up to being my cat, who liked to roam the neighborhood. I really had no reason to suspect otherwise until a few weeks later. One night, when my parents were away on business, my boyfriend and I were sitting on the couch smoking. Suddenly, he got really stiff and was just staring at the window. I asked him what was wrong, and he said, "I just saw a camera flash." I kind of just laughed it off and chalked it up to him being high. Who would want a picture of 2 people getting stoned? Still, the seeds of paranoia had been sown, and it wasn't easy to get settled down for sleep that night. I kept looking at the gap between the curtains. There was no light at the bottom of the stair, so if someone really was down there, I'd be none the wiser. At around 3, I heard the distinct sound of leaves under heavy boots, definitely not a cat. I don't know what made me decide the best course of action was for me, standing all of 5 feet 3 inches, to confront a potential stalker myself. I didn't even put shoes on, I just threw the door wide open. There was no one in the stairwell. So I ran up the stairs and into the backyard. Suddenly, there was a man in his mid-40s, maybe 6 feet tall and wearing one of those mechanic jumpsuits. He was holding a chunky, outdated digital camera. We stood there for a second, just looking at each other. He seemed quite confused when he saw me. After what felt like an eternity, I remembered how to speak. "What the hell are you doing?" My voice seemed to startle him, and he immediately turned and ran through my backyard towards the red house and into the dark. After that, I didn't see any strange flashes of light or hear any crunchy leaf noises. It really freaks me out to think how many nights he could have just been standing there in the dark, watching me. This experience was short and to the point. I was a very young child in Catholic private school. I was in the 4th grade. Our school would routinely practice lockdown drills. I think once every couple of weeks we'd have one. All of us in the class were always excited for them for some reason. As kids, we just found it to be fun. It's all a joke when you're that young. Half the kids don't even realize what you're practicing for, and the other half who do don't ever expect a real lockdown to happen. One day it did, though. Over the intercom came a voice from the front office saying, "We're going into lockdown. This is not a drill." I remember some kids still laughed at the announcement as if it were cool to hear that we're going into lockdown. No one could have prepared for what came next as our teacher seemed concerned and rushed to shut the door and the lights and yelled at us to get in the corner. I think that's when everyone realized this wasn't just a regular lockdown drill, something serious was going on. We all huddled in the corner of the room. Each door had a narrow glass window which could be looked through. Suddenly, the silence was broken by crazed screaming from the halls, one lone male's voice. It was just incoherent screaming. The man was chanting something. Screams got closer, and I remember how scared we all started to get. The screams got closer until they were right outside our classroom door. Then bangs on the door made a bunch of us scream and cry. The man on the other side of the door screamed, "Your God is dead. Jesus didn't die for your sins. You're all gonna burn." Our teacher tried his best to calm us down as the screams intensified, and the man started to yell, "I hear you in there. I see you. Open up the door." The man screamed words I didn't understand at the time, but I believe looking back he was screaming Islamic phrases and shaming our religion. I was too young to put it all together immediately. The bangs on our door stopped, and the screams continued further down the hall. Away from the door, but they could still be heard. The crazed man continued through the halls. The man's screams were overpowered eventually by the yells of other men. There was a huge commotion in the halls during what I presume to be the moment he was taken down by police or security. We had to stay in the lockdown position for a long time even after this. After a while, the lockdown was over, and the school day was cut short. Parents were called to pick up their children. Luckily, my mom didn't work, so she was able to come pick me up right away. It was a bit of a scarring experience. We were all so young that we didn't even understand the gravity and freakishness of the situation. I'm just glad no one got hurt. My mom dated a guy called Jim between the years of 2001 and 2003. That he was a seemingly nice guy, clean cut, had a gut, but was easily over 6 foot and fairly built. That he had no children and owned a property in a city in the Midwest. That I remember being disappointed when she broke up with him, as he was lots of fun to be around. However, she claimed that she didn't want to be with him anymore because he was a smoker. Fast forward about a year later, it was around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and my 13-year-old Self was playing video games in my room while my mom was at work that I heard our garage door open, and given that we lived in a cozy townhouse, the sound of the door opening was relatively pronounced that I thought it was weird, as my mom never came home from work until about 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, and she would have called to let me know if she was getting off work early. So I peered out of my window, which directly overlooks the driveway, only to see a silver Audi parked outside Jim's car after a few minutes of wondering why he was at our house. I realized that my mom hadn't been communicating with him at all since they broke up. I don't think he got out of his car, as he eventually closed the door and pulled out of the driveway. This led me to believe that he still had our door code programmed into his car. In the past, he would stay over a lot, so the fact that he had our code wasn't alarming. What was concerning was that he still had it in his car. If he had come in, it would have been easy for him to hear me upstairs. Given the size of our house, that I ended up calling my mom and telling her that he had come by and opened the garage, presumably to see if she was home. She mentioned that he had recently been bugging her about some bottles of wine that he wanted back from our house. Anyway, she said that she would change the garage code when she got home, but that never actually happened. Fast forward about 5 or 6 years. During the summer, I was staying with my dad. One day, I received a call from my mom asking if I had been to the house at some point during the day. She was somewhat grilling me because some obvious things, like chairs in the kitchen, had been moved out of place. My mom is a very particular person and likes to keep everything neat and organized. That I kind of laughed and said no because I hadn't been to the house in a few days. That I wasn't expecting her follow-up question. She asked me, "Did you put the dog in the bathroom and then pull the chair in front of the door?" This was incredibly odd, and she started to freak out after I still said no. That I later found out that her ex never stopped emailing, texting, or calling her since they broke up. There were never actually any wine bottles. He just kept badgering and harassing her for money, given that nobody else had our garage code except for my dad, who was out of town at the time. All signs pointed towards the ex-boyfriend Jim. It's creepy to think that he still had our garage code after so many years of being broken up and not communicating. That it makes me wonder how many other times he might have come by besides these two notable occurrences. Change your garage code after you get out of a relationship. You never know who may come by. This story took place last year towards the end of October, just before Halloween. Do you know that seasonal fall feeling you get in the US, more specifically the Midwest states? It's such a different feeling than the rest of the year. The cooler weather with the higher mile-per-hour winds and the sun not being out as much just adds to the ambient feeling I'm trying to describe, especially at night or dusk even. And with Halloween only being a few days away, it just adds to the eeriness. I love this time of year though, so I'm not complaining at all. I live in a small city, and I live in the downtown area of it in a medium-sized neighborhood. I have a car, but my house is walking distance between almost everything I need to get to daily. I ride my bike a lot through town all around the area. I have a route that I usually do once or twice a week. It's probably a 4.5-mile bike ride. Sometimes when I'm really bored and don't feel like biking, I'll walk the route instead. Sometimes I'll do a light jog here and there as well. But I have severe asthma, so I try not to overdo anything. One night when I was riding, it was a little bit later than usual. I was making my way to this park that I like to ride through sometimes. It has a nice park trail I like to go through. The park closes at dusk and it was already dark outside. I knew it was close, but I felt like it wasn't a huge deal and that it couldn't hurt, so I rode through anyways. After all, I've done it many times with no trouble at all. I have reflective lights on my bike and a flashlight gear to the front of my handlebars as well. All of a sudden, it became clear as I was getting closer there was a strange figure in the distance. As it got even closer, I was able to shine my flashlight at whatever the shadowy figure was. Well, it wasn't just a shadow, it was a human being dressed up as a clown. What the hell do you want? Who are you? There was pure silence for a moment. Dude, seriously, please stop, I said, a bit more demanding. Dude, I'm not going to tell you again. Get the hell away from me. I was trying to seem like I wasn't scared, but deep down I was fuck myself. He started walking towards me slowly. Right then and there, I turned around and booked it all the way home. Thank God I was on my bike. Had I been walking that night, it would have been nothing short of a foot race. I made it back home safe and sound. This still gives me the heebie-jeebies to think about. What makes this even scarier was there was not one single car at the park, so more than likely it was just me and him there. Why else would he be there alone? Was he even alone? I don't know what's worse, but there is no single doubt in my mind he was going to try and hurt me. It was Thanksgiving. I had half the family over, along with the next-door neighbors, Tom and his wife. They don't have a big family, so they used to come over to watch the game with us on Thanksgiving. After eating dinner, we all sat in the living room to watch football, except for my daughters Tracy and Michelle, who aren't into football. At the time, Michelle was only 13 years old and Tracy was 16. During halftime, I decided to go up to Michelle's room to get her to come down. She finally budged and came down to the living room. Me, Tom, and a few in-laws went outside to smoke. Tom and I talked about his son, Sam, who had apparently gone back home to be alone and watch movies. He had been with us earlier. Tom joked that he was probably just watching porn, though I laughed. I stared up at one of the windows to my house, the window to Michelle's room. There was someone looking out the window. What the hell is Michelle doing back in her room? I thought. But then I realized that wasn't Michelle. In fact, I didn't know who the hell that was. I excused myself from the group and stormed back inside and upstairs to Michelle's room. Michelle followed after she saw me enter her room. Did someone just come in here? I asked. No, why? I looked around the room. It was completely empty. I nudged Michelle to go back downstairs while I turned off the lamp. We went back to the living room, where the game would be starting up momentarily. I finally decided to ask everyone if anyone had been in Michelle's room, near her window. Everyone either said no or shook their heads no. Someone had to be lying. I heard a slight thud come from upstairs in Michelle's room. I ran back upstairs again, with Michelle following me. I flicked on the lights in her room and spun around in a circle, looking for someone. The sliding closet door was cracked open. I just realized I thought I could see something through the crack. I squinted my eyes to try and see what it was. It was an eye. I screamed like a child for maybe 2 seconds. Followed by Michelle. Relatives ran up into the room as I angrily slid open the closet and pulled out Sam, Tom's son. Tom ran up and found me basically holding Sam by the neck. Sam was holding some belongings followed by Michelle. Relatives ran up into the room as I angrily slid open the closet and pulled out Sam, Tom's son. Tom ran up and found me basically holding Sam by the neck. Sam was holding some belongings of my daughter that I'd rather not talk about. This incident definitely scarred, maybe even ruined, my friendship with Tom and his wife, and it's made me that much more protective over my daughter. So this happened yesterday. My family, wife, kids, in-laws, and I had just returned from a pontoon cruise for the evening. It was later than usual, so I sent my wife up on the golf cart with the kids and in-laws to get them some dinner while I covered up the boat. About halfway through covering up the boat, I noticed someone halfway across the cove in the water, and she appeared to be maybe in distress. She wasn't making progress swimming one way or the other and was occasionally going underwater. There were people on the opposite shoreline yelling at her, but I couldn't tell what they were saying. So I yelled, asking if she needed help, and she said yes. I called my wife and told her to come down on the cart because someone was in the water and needed help and that I was going in. I put on a life jacket and grabbed the throw cushion from the boat. I swam out to the person and passed off the throw cushion. She appeared to be out of breath. The first thing she said to me was, "I'm topless." I responded with, okay, but are you all right?" I also immediately thought to myself, 1, my friends are never going to believe this, and 2, what is my wife going to think with a topless woman swimming to the shore with me? She then said that she was running from her boyfriend, who was messed up. She also asked if it was shallow enough to touch yet, and it definitely wasn't, so I helped her to the dock where my wife met us. She told my wife, "I'm sorry, but I don't have a shirt on." Again, my wife just asked if she was okay, and she told us the boyfriend story again. Fair enough. As she got out of the water, she was topless but was carrying a white t-shirt that she quickly threw on. She then immediately began running to shore. At the same time, we noticed a pontoon cruising towards our dock, yelling at us. At first, I thought this must be her boyfriend chasing her and that we were in the middle of some domestic dispute. They quickly got closer, and I realized it was 2 sheriff's deputies who had flagged a pontoon down to carry them across the lake. As they were jumping onto the dock, we noticed the girl had just jumped into our golf cart and was riding away on it. Apparently, she was allegedly involved in a string of burglaries, and the boyfriend she was running from was the cops. I had unknowingly aided her swim across the lake to escape, and she used our golf cart as a getaway. The cops chased her for a while through the night, tracking her down once more, but she escaped again. We looked all day for the golf cart today, but had no luck. I notified insurance and reported the theft around lunch, and about an hour ago, someone notified us through social media that it was parked behind a house in a neighborhood over. So we recovered the cart, and it seems okay. They put more warrants out for the suspect and are still looking for her. Walmart attracts the weirdest people. It was Black Friday, meaning me and my brothers were going video game shopping. Our first and only stop was Walmart. The place was absolutely mobbed, and being Walmart, it was mobbed with the wrong kinds of people, gross, weird, and just creepy people everywhere trying to save a few bucks on already cheap products. We rode the escalators upstairs to the video game section. I was looking for the latest Call of Duty game personally, but my brothers were looking for some other game I don't remember. Then out of nowhere, some creepy heavy oldish man who smelled like vomit walked up to me and said, "You like video games, huh?" "Yeah," I said. I began to slowly slide away, just to show that I wasn't interested in conversation. My son likes video games too. Maybe you should come over and play some with him. He really craves company. The man gave me a creepy smile. "Oh, no, I'm not from around town, sorry," that's all I could think of saying. I didn't even give him a chance to keep this conversation going. Hell, I wasn't obligated to stand there and talk to this guy. I simply gave him a smile and called my brother's name out while walking away just to seem distracted. I did a quick backward glance. He was just staring at me as I walked away. I made it to the next aisle over and immediately felt comfort in being next to my brothers. I waited around until they finally found their game, and we headed over to the checkout counters. The lines were insane. I knew it would probably take 10 to 15 minutes just to make it to the counters, so I took that opportunity to check out some of the jeans and t-shirt sales. At one point, I found myself in probably the most secluded corner of the store checking out some t-shirts when someone grabbed my arm hard. I thought it was my brother messing with me, so I turned around and told him to go off, but it wasn't him. It was the man. I started calling for help, screaming that I didn't know this man. Some people came over and stared, but that was about it. The man let go and walked away. I don't know what he was thinking or planning on trying in a public place. I didn't tell my brothers what happened out of embarrassment, but they picked up on the fact that I was quiet afterward. It's nothing, I kept telling them. We got into my brother's Camaro, and when I sat down, I looked to the entrance of the Walmart. There he was, sitting on the bench facing me. As we were leaving the lot, we had to pass right in front of the store. I got one last look at the creepy man. His head moved ever so slightly to constantly face me, even through the car window at night. I gave him the finger, but it didn't seem to influence him in the slightest. That was the last I ever saw of him. Walmart attracts the weirdest people. The story I'm about to tell you is a series of blurry memories from when I was a little kid. We were living in our old house. My brother and I always hung out in the basement where our dad had his hockey table, pool table, and video games. We usually played on a Super Nintendo system. But at some point, I don't remember when, it started. My brother and I would hear things coming from the boiler, laundry room. The first time this happened, though, my brother and I were playing some racing game on Super Nintendo. That was when we both heard it. The door to the dryer slammed shut. We knew that's what the sound was. We both called out, "Mom," figuring maybe she'd been in there the whole time without us realizing, but the room was dark and empty of any people. When we realized this, we both ran upstairs screaming for our parents, leaving everything downstairs still on. Our parents came down to humor what they probably thought was just our dumb, childish antics, and nobody was in the laundry room. Moving along, probably a few months later, I was awake late one night for whatever reason, walking to the kitchen, passing the basement door, and remember hearing the TV downstairs turn on. It was one of those big old box TVs, so it made that distinct clicking sound as it turned on. I called Mom, Dad, and my brother's name. No one answered. I went to my parents' room to tell them, and they were both upset with me for waking them. My dad went downstairs to turn off the TV, and I remember him telling me it was a glitchy TV. There were a couple of other suspicious happenings after that, but I'll move forward all the way to the last occurrence, and honestly, the most horrific. It was a few days before we were going to move to our new house. Just about everything in the house was already shipped to the new house, but our parents were nice and let us keep the TV and video games downstairs until the last few days. My brother and I were once again playing video games. That's when I felt something hit me in the back of the head. I thought it was my brother at first, but then saw the red ball bouncing on the ground behind the couch. Then the door to the boiler room slowly shut as my brother and I looked at each other with horrified looks on our faces. Once again, we ran upstairs screaming. Our parents once again went downstairs, but when they came back up, they were strangely silent. They told us to go to our rooms and wait there. A while later, a police car showed up, but our parents wouldn't let us out of our rooms. They wouldn't tell us what happened until we finally moved. Apparently, my dad tried to open the boiler room door, but something was holding it shut or perhaps pulling it shut. Even so long ago, I could sense fear in my dad's voice explaining it. I don't believe in ghosts, but to this day, I still don't know what to make of what was going on in that basement. I went to work one day, and the lights of the bowling alley flickered ominously as I made my rounds, checking on the deserted lanes. It was late, and most of the customers had long since gone home, leaving the alley eerily quiet, except for the faint hum of the machinery. I was lost in thought when I heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible rustling coming from the corner of the alley. My heart skipped a beat as I turned to investigate. My senses were on high alert as I approached the source of the sound. A chill ran down my spine. Standing in the shadows was a figure, dressed in a tattered clown costume, its face obscured by a grotesque mask twisted into a sinister grin. I froze in terror as the clown stepped forward, its eyes fixed on me with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. Its movements were slow and deliberate, like a predator stalking its prey. It was hunched over, just trying to get me. I didn't know what was happening. I tried to summon up the courage to run, but my legs refused to move. I was rooted to the spot, helpless against the terror that gripped me. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, the clown lunged toward me, its outstretched hand reaching for my throat. I stumbled backward, my heart pounding in my chest as I frantically searched for an escape. But no matter which way I turned, the clown was there, its malevolent laughter echoing through the empty alley like a death knell. I knew I had to do something, anything, to survive. With a surge of adrenaline, I grabbed a nearby bowling ball and I hurled it at the clown with all my strength. To my horror, the ball passed right through the clown as if it were made of smoke, leaving me standing there, trembling and alone. But the clown wasn't done with me yet. With a flick of its wrist, it sent a wave of bowling pins crashing toward me, their sharp edges glinting in the dim light. I barely had time to dodge out of the way before they struck, sending me sprawling to the ground in a tangled heap. As I lay there, gasping for breath, I knew I was running out of time. The clown was closing in, its laughter growing louder and more deranged with each passing moment. But just then, all hope seemed lost. A beam of light pierced the darkness, illuminating the alley with blinding intensity. The clown let out a blood-curdling scream and vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a lingering sense of dread. As I picked myself up off the ground, shaken but alive, I knew I would never forget the horror that unfolded in the bowling alley that night. As I locked up and made my way home, I couldn't shake the feeling that the clown was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for his next victim. I was high as hell before I went into work that day, and I kept smoking throughout work. I don't know if what happened was real, but all the bowling pins were everywhere, and I still have bruises from when that happened. I come from a family with a lot of kids my age, siblings, cousins, family friends. We are all within 6 years of each other, a total of about 15 kids. One of the grandparents of a family friend we were very close with lived in this small town that had a ton of cornfields. It was very Midwest, really nice people, friendly neighbors, all that good stuff. We would go to the grandma's house a lot because their whole family lived in that neighborhood, so our parents would have barbecues and block parties a lot. Us kids would play everywhere, but sometimes we liked to play this game that involved the cornfield. Her house was basically set up where the backyard looked right at this huge cornfield, and to the left and behind that was this creek. We'd walk around the field along the creek and begin the game. This game was really fun because it was kind of like hide and seek but in reverse. We'd all kind of spread ourselves out along the creek, and one person would get blindfolded and just run into the cornfield. You were supposed to zigzag and get as lost as possible. It was just one field and really easy to get out of, so there was never really any danger of getting lost, but as kids, we didn't think that way. Once the person who was sufficiently deep into the cornfield, they'd shout as loud as they could that they were ready, and everyone would shout the person's name until they found their way out. Everyone else would really spread out at this point, some people being on the side of the field by the water and some on the other side. The last time we ever played it, I was the git. I was around 8 years old at the time. I could hear people shouting my name, Laura. Laura. I was laughing, running towards the voices of my family. Even though the point was to get out, it was still fun kind of running aimlessly towards different voices in the field. So that's what I did for a little bit before crouching down to take a breather. I could still hear everyone laughing, screaming like kids do when they play, and shouting from a distance. I swear I didn't hear any rustling that was out of the ordinary in a windy cornfield. All I know is I could hear my friends calling to me, Laura. Laura, when all of a sudden, from right behind me, almost directly in my left ear, I hear a man's deep voice say, Laura. Just thinking about this, remembering the sound of the voice, completely scares the crap out of me. I booked it out of there as fast as I could, screaming at the top of my lungs the entire way, and joined everyone back at the creek. I was kind of a dramatic kid, so I don't think anyone really took me that seriously, and I basically forgot about the whole instance. It was just so frightening. I don't think I've ever experienced such complete dread since then. My whole body felt like ice, like someone had dumped a glass of cold water down my spine. I could feel the fear all the way into my fingertips. This is a short but scarring story nonetheless from my early childhood. I grew up in an average middle-class home in the suburbs. My sister and I were huge fans of Christmas as kids. I had to be like 7 years old when this happened because we had just moved to our new house. This is one of my earliest memories in life that I remember vividly just because of the gravity of it. On Christmas Eve, I would always have trouble sleeping, even as a young kid, just due to anticipation. I would stay up really late playing video games in my room on my old box TV. I'd play until I just fell asleep from exhaustion. This night in question, I was playing a Star Wars game for the PS1, and when I had to go to the bathroom, I turned the volume down low and quietly snuck out of my room because I knew my mom would get mad if she heard me sneaking around on Christmas Eve night. I snuck to the upstairs bathroom, and when I was done, I was quietly going back to my room when I heard the sound of the tree rustling around downstairs. My first instinct was to think, Santa. I started tiptoeing down the stairs until I got to the bottom. The sound of the rustling pine needles was louder now. I peeked around the bottom wall of the stairway into the living room. There were no lights on except for someone holding a flashlight. I could see only the person's legs as they were bent over behind the tree. There was a black bag on the floor, and this random adult man came out from behind the tree and looked at me. He looked at me and put his pointer finger up to his mouth, and he made a shushing motion with his lips. He whispered, "Yes, I'm Santa." I was old enough and smart enough to know that wasn't what the Santa I grew up knowing looked like. I started screaming for my mom and dad as loud as I could. I remember the man started freaking out, deciding whether or not to take the bag he filled with our gifts, and he ended up running away to the front door. I don't remember if he had to unlock it or if it was already unlocked or not. I just remember him leaving through the front door, and seconds later, my parents running down the stairs. I'm sure I screamed, "There was a man in here," and them seeing the black bag on the floor filled with what would have been stolen gifts proved that. Here's where my memory started getting fuzzy, so I had to ask my parents what happened next. My dad told me he went outside in his slippers and ran all over the place, ready to kill someone. Half the ornaments on the tree were taken off and in the bag. What kind of sick, evil person steals people's sentimental Christmas ornaments? According to my dad, the method in which the man broke in was the back door, which it appeared he yanked open with a crowbar due to the chipped wood. A house a few blocks away had also fallen victim to this, and it was on the news. It was most definitely the same guy. I don't remember much from when I was 7, but this is a memory that still sticks in my brain like it was only a few years ago. The year I turned 13, my friend invited me and 2 other friends to stay at his house on Halloween night. He had a fairly large house outside of our town, and it was the perfect place to go trick-or-treating. He decided it would be cool to go out and get sweets for a movie. Fast forward, we were near the end of our trick-or-treating route, and at one house, a woman answered the door. She was tall and skinny with shoulder-length hair. Her house was disgusting. We could smell the odor of cigarettes from inside. She was quick to tell us that there were no more sweets left. However, she could try to find something for us. After a couple of minutes of waiting, she came back with an old brown paper bag with old-looking candy inside. We kindly denied the bag and told her we were getting picked up, so we better go. She grabbed one of my friends and said, "No, please," but my friend pulled away, and then she quickly shut the door. We knocked on a few more houses before hearing something going on near the parking lot of the housing complex. Someone exclaimed, "They took my child. They took her, they took her." It was her, that woman, and she was banging on my friend's parents' car. She was throwing herself at the car and hitting it with her fists. A couple of neighbors came out to the commotion. They seemed to know who she was. They apologized to us, saying it was a big misunderstanding. We quickly got into the car, and my friend's mom started driving us out. We didn't get far before the woman jumped in front of the car, claiming one of us was her child. The neighbors once again pulled her away. It was later that night, however, when things truly began. We stayed up late like any teenagers do at sleepovers, watching some scary movies. Out of nowhere, the light turned on in the hall. We could see it under the closed door of the bedroom. We assumed it was my friend's parents, about to come in and tell us to get some sleep. However, no one came in. I decided to take a peep out the door, but there was nothing at all. My friends joined me to see why the light suddenly turned on out of nowhere. My friend said, "It's her." Through a large window facing the backyard, you could see that woman standing there looking in. However, the second she saw us stare at her, she ran away. Disturbed by this, we went back inside the bedroom and locked the door. We were obviously quite shaken up by this. Who was she? What did she want? We sat around for an hour, nervous and on high alert. However, we eventually managed to fall asleep. The next morning, my friend's mom told us that the situation at the housing complex had shaken her up so much she thought she had seen that woman standing over her bed in the middle of the night. My friends and I never even told her we saw that woman at the house that night, which led us to wonder, what if, just maybe, that woman actually was inside the house that night? This experience happened to me when I was only 9 years old. Being that it was so long ago, I don't remember every small detail, but I'll do my best to keep everything as accurate as possible. Back then, I lived in a considerably remote area and the US neighboring houses were a good half-mile apart. Therefore, while my family had met a couple of our neighbors, many of them were complete strangers. This included the resident of the house to the left of ours. I don't remember his name, but it was an elderly man that lived there. He was creepy, to say the least. All of the windows on his house were spray painted so that no one could see inside, and his whole yard was completely overgrown. I know all this because every Monday through Friday, I had to walk past his house to get home from school. Every time I did this, the man would either be standing on his porch watching me or trying to make conversation with me as I walked by. It got to the point where I dreaded walking home from school just because I'd have to walk past him. But this wasn't even the worst of it. Maybe once or twice a month, the guy would make the half-mile walk to our house in the middle of the night. He would then shine a flashlight into the window of my room. I knew it was the same guy too because one of the times, I witnessed him walking down the road towards our house. Looking back, this was 100% extremely alarming behavior, but at the time, I thought the best way of handling it was just to ignore it. Therefore, I didn't tell my parents about it. I also remember reasoning that my bedroom was on the second floor, so it's not like he was able to see much of inside my room anyway. Skip to a summer night in that same year, and I was once again woken up by the light of a flashlight shining in my room. This time, it was followed by a subtle thud sound against the wall. It felt like my heart had stopped. The only thing running through my mind in that moment was how it sounded exactly like a ladder being propped up against the side of the house. Not long later, my suspicions would be confirmed. A knocking sound rang out from the glass of the window. I looked over and was met with the smiling face of the man gesturing me to open the window. But no. I screamed and ran to my parents' bedroom. I desperately explained to them how the neighbor was outside my window. They went in my room, but of course, he was gone by that point. The worst part is they didn't even believe me, chalking it up to me seeing things. Therefore, the police were never called. But even now, as an adult, I know exactly what I saw. I try not to think about the intentions he had towards my 9-year-old self. I never saw him again after that. In fact, not even a week after the occurrence, his house had a for sale sign up next to it, which to me serves as further proof that it was him. I've lived in many different places since then, and not one neighbor comes even slightly close to how creepy that man was. My friend Michael was throwing a house party. I arrived early to help set things up. I secured a spot to sleep in his parents' room, meaning I could drive to the party and drink without having to worry about driving home. His parents obviously weren't home for the night. Most of our close friends in our friend group came, plus a bunch of Michael's friends who I didn't know. The party was fun. At midnight, everyone screamed "Happy New Year" and cheered their drinks. After that, people slowly started circulating out, and the party started to quiet down as people went to either other parties, bars, or home. The later the night got, the more it became just the closer friends staying behind, until it just turned into a chill drinking session in the living room. This went on late into the night. It was likely 2:40 a.m. when the last of everyone who wasn't sleeping at Michael's house was gone. As it quieted down, we started hearing this occasional sound. At first, we didn't know what it was, but it soon started to sound like a creaking sound. It was dismissed as a sound from the fridge or something at first, which I know sounds stupid, but house appliances often make weird noises. It was just Michael, me, and Lloyd. Lloyd was falling asleep on the couch already. It was reaching that time where we were just going to go to sleep. However, eventually, we got so bothered by the noise that we had to search. We went to the kitchen, and it wasn't coming from in there. We realized when we were close to the basement door that it was coming from downstairs. Michael opened the door, and we heard this creaking sound. "Go check what it is," I said. He kept saying, "No way." Then he called down into the basement, "Yo, who's down there?" The creaking stopped, and we never heard it again. After a solid minute of waiting at the top of the stairs, we agreed to go down together. We both grabbed knives, drunkenly thinking that was a good idea, when in reality, we were so drunk we'd probably only hurt ourselves with them. We got to the bottom of the stairs and looked through the entire basement. It's not huge, it just has a couch, TV, a bar, a table in the corner, and various old pieces of junk. It was pretty messy at the time. The first thing we did was search any possible crevice for someone who could be hiding. Then we tried to figure out what could have been making that sound. I noticed a rocking chair, and so I went up to it, sat in it, and then started rocking in it. It made the exact same creaking sound we had been hearing. Michael and I looked at each other. I stood up, and so did every hair on my body. I don't think we ever ran faster than we did when we ran up those stairs and slammed the door shut. We tried to come up with any logical explanation, but there was none. He kept the basement door locked for days until his parents came back. There was no living soul down there, but something was moving that rocking chair. That rocking chair used to belong to his grandma, who passed away forever ago, and it's just something his mom held on to for sentimental reasons. I can't say I've ever experienced anything resembling the paranormal before this, nor since then. It still sends chills down my spine. This story happened almost 10 years ago, late summer 2006. I was an 18-year-old freshman in college. I went to a tiny college at the opposite end of the state I lived in. I lived in the basement and ground floor of an old dorm. My floor was men only, but the floors above us were women, and then the other side of the dorm was all men. I have some stories that are sort of creepy, but this one takes the cake. At the time, it didn't really click as that creepy. Hindsight is 2020. I was young, naive, and full of you-know-what. I was in the best shape of my life at 6 feet 2 inches, 180 pounds, and handsome. I'm 10 years older now, though, and I put on 100 plus pounds. I was a young, good-looking college guy in my dorm. There was a communal bathroom for all 20 guys to share, 2 stalls, 2 urinals, and 2 showers. That was it. One of the showers had an air vent that was about 7 feet up, but on the outside, it came out on the ground level. Well, one hot summer day, I'm taking a shower and just talking and joking with the guy in the next shower behind me. All of a sudden, I hear someone else talking to me. I think that maybe someone has come into the bathroom and wants to use a shower or something. That thought quickly leaves my head as I realize that the air vent has been opened, and the dorm's maintenance man and janitor is now looking at me through the vent. This guy was 50 years old and looked like the actor Clint Howard, the ugly redneck guy in a lot of Adam Sandler's 90s comedies. He had a thick Appalachian accent. He somehow knew my name. I don't remember ever giving it to him, but I had said hello to him a few times. He was also trying to make small talk. It was very weird. I mean, I was weirded out by the college janitor peeping on me and then trying to start a conversation while I was showering, but for some reason at the time, it didn't really register that what he was doing was super creepy and illegal. I just thought he was being weird, and I politely asked him to close the vent. The guy in the shower next to me told me that the janitor did that all the time and he thought it was weird and creepy too, but harmless. I guess it was a huge joke that the best time to shower was later at night until the perverted janitor tried watching and started making conversation. It was apparently a common occurrence on my floor. My floor was mostly made up of the freshman football players. I was not one of them, and I guess the janitor liked to talk to these guys about the team in football through the air vent while watching them. I still shudder at that thought. I would see the janitor occasionally around the dorm after that, but I never experienced him spying on me again, thankfully. I also never told the resident life or college administration about the janitor doing these creepy things. I hope maybe someone spoke up one day and maybe he was fired, but who knows? This is a story that took place back when I was a kid. I was probably somewhere between the ages of 8 and 9. At that age, I loved Christmas mainly because of all the things that I would get. I lived with my parents, brother, and sister in a 2-story home in a typical neighborhood. Each year, we would do lots of decorating inside and outside of the house. Our Christmas tree would go in the corner of our living room, and all the presents would go underneath it. On Christmas Eve that year, we went to my grandparents' house and then we were going to my uncle's on Christmas. That night on Christmas Eve, after we all went to bed, I had a difficult time falling asleep. I usually did when I was a kid because I was always so excited for Christmas. I finally was able to doze off for a bit but woke up sometime later when it was still night. I remember just turning over to try to go back to sleep, but then I thought I heard a noise. It sounded like it was coming from downstairs. My bedroom was the closest to the stairs, and even I could barely hear it. I looked at the clock, and it was 1 a.m. I didn't know why anybody would be up at this hour. Being that young and a curious kid, I decided to go and look. I left my bedroom and then walked a few feet to the railing of the stairs that overlooked the living room. I looked down, and everything seemed normal. All of the lights were off, but the lights from the Christmas tree and the few other decorations were on, so I could see a little bit. I looked down at the tree for a little while longer. It was very large, and we always got the biggest tree that we could find. But then I saw somebody come out from behind the tree. It wasn't my dad or brother, but a random guy that I didn't know. As soon as I realized that it was a random guy, I turned and ran. I went to the end of the hallway where my parents' bedroom was. I woke them up and told them that there was some guy in the house. I remember that my dad got up to look. He came back a short time later and said that he saw somebody leaving the house through the window. The police were called, and when they got out to our house, they searched all over our property. They didn't find the guy, but they did find that our window was broken. None of us had heard it break, so the guy must have quietly done it somehow. It was a living room window that was broken, and I think that I saw him not long after he got in the house because nothing was even stolen. I think that he either saw me or heard me, and that scared him off. I'm just really glad that he didn't try to come upstairs or anything. It still really freaked me out knowing that somebody broke in. It took me a long time to be able to fall back asleep, but eventually, I was able to. That was by far my craziest Christmas experience. Nothing like that has happened since, much less on Christmas. I still don't know who the guy was or why he chose our house. I also don't know if the police ever found him. This is something that happened to me when I was much younger. I believe I was about 11 or 12 during this time. I lived at home with my older brother and my parents. One of my favorite things to do after school most days was to unwind by playing some video games. I would go upstairs to my bedroom and start playing on my PlayStation 2 for a while. Sometimes, I would play all the way until it was time for dinner. So, one day I got home from school and went straight up to my bedroom to play some video games. Both my parents were still at work, and my brother was still at school. That's how things usually were for an hour or two after I got back on most days. I remember playing video games, and a little while in, I heard my brother getting home downstairs. The front door opened and closed, and I heard him walk inside. I thought nothing of it and I kept gaming. But about an hour later, I got a call from my mom. I had a home phone in my bedroom and saw through the caller ID that it was my mom's cell phone. When I answered, she told me that she was on her way to pick up my brother from his friend's house, and they would be home soon. My dad was going to pick up some food on the way home from work, and she wanted to know what I wanted. I told her whatever food it was that I was in the mood for that night. Then we said bye, and I hung up. It was only after ending the call that I realized it was strange that my brother was not home. If he was at a friend's house, then who had I heard entering our house? My heart started racing, and I had a terrible feeling. I carefully walked to my bedroom door and opened it up. I had never heard the person walking upstairs or near my bedroom. I didn't know where they went after entering the house. So, after not hearing or seeing anything, I left my bedroom. I quietly walked down the hallway and looked downstairs. I still saw nothing. Then I went down the stairs. Once there, I walked around the main level of the house looking. I did not see anybody, but when I was near the kitchen and kind of the front door, I heard a noise coming from the basement. It sounded like somebody was down there. I quickly ran away and went back upstairs to my bedroom. A short time after entering my room, I heard the front door to the house open and close again. At that point, I ran back downstairs. When I got to the front door, I saw what looked like a man walking away down the street. I didn't recognize him and only saw him for like 2 seconds. It might not have been the same guy who had been in the house, but I think it was. I then locked all the doors and called my parents, who then called the police. The door had been left unlocked for when my brother got home. I hadn't known he was going to a friend's house. Looking back, I can't believe it happened. I didn't even know I was home alone with some random guy downstairs. I'm really glad that he didn't go near my bedroom. Why I'm done with the local fair. Every year since about the 5th grade, I've gone to our little town fair. It used to be in the mall parking lot, huge, well-kept, polite staff, and always busy for the week or so it was here. But the last 2 years, it's been rather small and kind of shady. The staff moved to a smaller, empty lot behind our local Outback. This year, my boyfriend took me as a little, "I'm sorry we're not going to prom" gesture. We're walking around for a little bit. It's still pretty early in the day, so it seems like mostly little kids and their parents are there. He and I decide we'll go to ride the bull, something I've done quite a few times growing up going to rodeos. This was his first time. I paid for him and begged him to do it with me. I explained what he had to do, how he can't hold on with 2 hands and whatnot, and he does well for his first time, about 15 seconds at full speed and shaking. Now it's my turn. I hop on and ride with no issues. I'm wearing skinny jeans, so I'm not entirely shocked when I get a wolf whistle about the little bit of lace that got flashed on one turn. Turning around thinking it was just my boyfriend, I walk off and walk back up to him, dizzy. A carny comes up and tells me I was one of the longest riders in this town. I quickly thank him and give him a big, proud smile, holding on to my boyfriend. He quickly pulls me away to the carousel and leans down to kiss me. I stand up on my tiptoes to reach him. The same carny, apparently working this ride, comes up to us and, in the most sarcastic tone possible, goes, "Aren't you cute?" Keep in mind, this guy is probably about 30 years old and smells like weed mixed with fair food. He looks at my boyfriend and goes, "But maybe she deserves someone a little better fit for her, or at least knows how to ride a bull." I pull my boyfriend out of line, pissed off and grossed out. He tells me we'll go when the guy's not there. We walk around some more, get some treats, and ride some other things. Probably about an hour later, we head back to the carousel. I'm carrying my big stuffed koala bear, and we get back in line. No sign of the creepy carny. We get our wristbands, stand, and get on. I sit on the outside while my boyfriend sits on the middle horse. The ride's going, and suddenly the creepy carny is back. He hops on quickly and holds on to the pole my horse is attached to. He just stares at me for a bit until I go, "Can I help you?" My boyfriend is watching, slightly amused. I'm not something to be messed with, and he knows as much. The carny looks at me, his gross yellow teeth stretched out in a grin, and goes, "Yeah, how about you show me more of that lace, and I'll get you a bigger bear than that sad thing." I'm completely disgusted and creeped out. I tell him to fuck off before I call the cops, and he's not getting the message until the ride stops. My boyfriend stands up, he towers over this guy and goes, "Hey, she said fuck off or I'll have the cops here in 2 minutes." The creepy carny buggers off and follows us around the rest of the night until I'm so freaked out we have to leave. So, creepy carnival worker, let's not meet again. I'm a single dad balancing 2 jobs and 2 kids. Things got a little easier when my eldest son got old enough to watch after my youngest, but working all day makes everything a pain. Anyway, I got home from my second shift around 10, but tomorrow I had another full day of work and I knew I didn't have anything for them to eat while I was gone, so I had to make a quick trip to Walmart. They were the only store around that was open until 11. I got there just before 10:30. I hated to be that customer that walked in right before closing, but I didn't have much of a choice. I went straight over to the grocery section and looked around for some frozen meals for the kids, but after a minute I realized there was someone watching me. It was this creepy-looking man standing on the other side of the aisle. Every time I'd look at him, he would look away, playing dumb, but it was super obvious he was staring at me. I grabbed a couple boxes and went down to the next aisle, but the man followed. I looked back at him and watched as he pretended to look around, occasionally checking if I was still looking at him. He seemed to be in his late 40s, but it was hard to tell because he was wearing a heavy jacket and a hat. "You good?" I said, hoping he'd get the hint to leave me alone. He immediately walked away, not even looking at me again. I thought to myself, he was just some random strange Walmart customer, like you always hear about, and tried to not think about it any more than that. I picked up a box of cereal and some milk, then headed to the self-checkout lane. I kept my eyes open for that man, but he wasn't around anymore. I guessed I really did scare him off. I scanned everything and paid, then walked out. It was dark and the parking lot wasn't very well lit, but from far away I could tell something was off about my car. Walking up to it, there were scratches and dents all over it, and 2 of the windows were shattered. I was in shock. Then I heard footsteps coming up quickly behind me. I turned, seeing 2 men rushing at me, one holding some sort of metal pipe in his hand. I tried getting my keys out and getting in my car, but I realized I was taking too long and took off running instead. I ran straight back to the store and I heard their footsteps stop after a short chase. I watched by the front entrance as they beat in my car some more, then got in a nearby truck and drove away. I of course called 911 and they helped me with my car and giving me a ride home, but nothing could be done about it. At first, a month later, though, the same thing happened to someone else at a different Walmart a few miles away. The man who got attacked was armed and managed to detain one of them, and this eventually led to both men being arrested. One of them I recognized as the man I'd seen looking at me in the store, but I don't know about the other one. Neither gave any reasons worth noting as to why they did it. There's just some sick people out there, but I'm glad these 2 won't be around anymore. I somewhat recently got my first real job as a teacher at a public elementary school in a nearby neighborhood. It was the first school year I was teaching, and at this point, it was only September, so needless to say, I was still learning the ropes. It was honestly pretty stressful. I teach a first-grade class of around 20 kids, so you can imagine how chaotic it would get at times, especially with my lack of experience. I remember one day I was in the middle of assigning the kids a worksheet for spelling simple words when the principal's voice came over the school's loudspeaker and ordered a lockdown. Now, being a new teacher, I wasn't yet informed of when the school had practiced lockdown drills around the year, therefore, I had no idea if this was a drill or not. But I knew either way I had to follow protocol. I turned off the room's lights, locked the doors and windows, and had the kids sit against the walls out of sight. I'd say maybe 5 minutes passed in complete silence when I could faintly start to hear doors being banged on down the hall. I could feel my heart start to race as the sounds got louder, as whoever was banging on the doors got closer. At this point, I still had no idea whether it was just the principal checking all the classroom locks or an actual intruder in the school. But my thoughts were interrupted by one of my students bursting out crying. It was too loud. There's no doubt whoever was outside would have been able to hear it. I could tell the banging outside stopped in response to the noise, shortly after followed by a single pair of footsteps walking up to the door. It was silent for a few seconds, but the silence was quickly broken by a male's voice yelling out, "Hey guys, I think there's kids in this one," and that confirmed this lockdown was real. More footsteps could be heard running up to the door, and that's when genuine attempts to break down the door were made by multiple people. At that point, not a single kid in the class wasn't crying or screaming in fear. I didn't know what to do. I was never trained for this kind of situation. And that's when 2 gunshots could be heard, but they didn't come from the intruders. Police were now inside the building. Right after the shots were fired, the intruders could be heard running down the hall. 30 minutes later, we were given the all clear. It turns out the intruders were 3 local high school students. They were eventually caught, but when asked why they did it, they would say close to nothing, although one of the kids claimed it was a bet. But personally, I don't believe that for a second. No bet is worth going to court over and even possibly losing your freedom. I firmly believe they had much worse intentions. Although most likely traumatized, luckily, no one was physically hurt. The shots that were fired by the police were claimed to have been warning shots and were aimed directly into the ground. It's been 2 years since this all happened, and I still teach first grade at the same school and even in the same classroom. To this day, those bullet holes can still be seen in the school's hallway. Our first story takes place under the unforgiving glare of the desert sun. Miles and miles of sand stretch in every direction, baking under the intense heat. Imagine finding yourself stranded in this desolate landscape, the silence broken only by the wind whistling through the dunes. This is the nightmare that became a reality for one unfortunate traveler. He had been driving for hours, the monotony of the road lulling him into a false sense of security. He had ignored the gas gauge, its needle dipping dangerously low, too focused on reaching his destination. Then it happened. The engine sputtered, coughed, and died, leaving him in stunned silence. He was stranded miles from civilization, the nearest town nothing more than a dot on a map he'd hastily consulted hours ago. Panic began to set in, a cold dread creeping up his spine as the gravity of the situation sunk in. The sun beat down relentlessly, the heat radiating off the sand making the air shimmer. He had a meager supply of water, a granola bar, and the clothes on his back. Hope, it seemed, was in short supply. Days turned into a desperate struggle for survival. The relentless sun sapped his energy, the scorching sand burned his skin. He rationed his water, each sip a precious commodity, but dehydration was a constant threat. The vastness of the desert mocked him, a desolate wasteland stretching endlessly towards the horizon. As darkness fell, the desert transformed into a chilling tableau. Gone was the oppressive heat, replaced by a bone-chilling cold that cut through his thin clothing. The silence was broken only by the howl of the wind, a mournful sound that echoed his growing despair. He huddled in his car, a meager shelter against the elements, with fear as his only companion. Days turned into nights, each one blurring into the next, a terrifying cycle of scorching days and freezing nights. His hope dwindled with each passing hour, replaced by a gnawing fear that he wouldn't make it out alive. He had become a prisoner of the desert, trapped in a desolate wasteland with no escape. One day, while stumbling through the sand, his vision blurred from dehydration, he spotted something in the distance. Was it a mirage, a cruel trick of his exhausted mind? As he stumbled closer, His heart pounding in his chest, he realized with a surge of hope that it was a road, a ribbon of asphalt cutting through the desolate landscape. With renewed determination, he dragged his weary body towards the road, each step a victory against the relentless grip of the desert. As he finally reached the roadside, he collapsed, his body spent, his spirit broken but not extinguished. He had escaped the clutches of the desert, a survivor of a terrifying ordeal. His story serves as a chilling reminder of the unforgiving nature of the desert, a place where running out of gas can be a matter of life and death. It's a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the will to survive, even in the face of overwhelming odds. This happened back when I was a kid. I was 12, and my best friend Rex came over one Friday to sleep over. We would both hang out all the time. On this day in particular, he came over after school. That night, my parents and sister were gone at her soccer game until later, so it was just Rex and I at the house. We were playing video games in the living room for most of the time. At probably like 8 p.m., there was a knock on the front door. It was really strange because we hardly ever had people knocking on our door. I paused the game and looked to the window. I couldn't see who was at the door from there, so I got up and walked over. Then I checked out of the living room window. There was some random guy there, and I had no idea as to who he was. I didn't get a very good look at him, but enough to tell that I didn't know him. He seemed a little bit sketchy too, so I chose not to answer it. I went back over to the TV, and Rex and I continued gaming. The guy knocked at the door once more, but we still didn't bother to answer it. We hoped that he would go away and not stay there. Several minutes later, we hadn't heard anything, so I went over to the window to check. When I did, the man was gone. So after that, we figured that that was the end of it. Soon enough, Rex's parents and sister got home. Rex and I just kept playing video games, and we ended up staying up later than everybody else. I remember that the later it got, the quieter things became other than the TV. I don't know exactly what time it was, but we heard this noise coming from outside by the window. We both turned around at the same time to look. When we did, we saw this man at the window. It appeared to be the guy who had been at the door earlier. When we saw this, Rex and I both sprinted out of the living room to my bedroom. When we went inside, literally right after that, we heard the sound of glass breaking coming from the living room. It sounded like the man had broken into the house. We locked the bedroom door, and luckily I did have a phone in there. We called the police, and I could hear the man just for a moment inside of the house, but things got really quiet after that. He didn't seem to go anywhere near the hallway where the bedrooms were. The police were fast to arrive and got there only about 5 minutes later. The next thing that I knew, they were inside of the house. My parents and sister got up from the commotion. When Rex and I came out of my room, there were multiple cops in the house speaking with my parents. I found out that the man had been inside and was arrested. He was located hiding behind the living room couch. It was a crazy night, but after that, things were fine. Of course, we had to get the living room window replaced. I'm not really sure what the man was after or why he chose to break into our house. I really can't believe that he broke in. I'm glad that Rex and I were able to get to my room and then call the police when we did. It was the middle of the summer. I was 11 years old and my younger brother was 8. We were outside playing various games with other kids in our neighborhood, but we finally headed home as the sun went down. Maybe once a week, our parents would go to a different restaurant around town, leaving my younger brother and me home alone. Most of the time, they'd tell us before they went out, but if we were outside playing, sometimes they'd just leave us to our game. When we got back home and no one was there, we assumed this was the case. Confirming this was a note left on the kitchen counter. My younger brother and I both went to the living room to watch TV, something we usually did before bed. After half an hour, it had gotten completely dark outside. Just then, I heard the doorbell ring, followed by knocking. At first, I thought it was our parents getting back, but it definitely wasn't normal for them to use the front door, much less not have a key for it. The chances of the garage door opener they had not working them forgetting a key were extremely low. Although I realized it was still possible, I left the living room and went up to the front door to see who it was. As I approached the door, I heard a man's voice yell that he was selling Girl Scout cookies. I was extremely confused considering the time of day. I looked through the peephole and saw a grown man, completely alone, with no cookies in hand and not with his daughter, as I was expecting. The man yelled out once more before moving his hand to the door handle. My heart dropped, realizing that we had forgotten to lock the door when coming in for the night. The door handle slowly started turning, and I quickly engaged the deadlock. A clicking sound echoed out. It was too loud. Clearly, the man had heard it and now knew someone was inside. I waited a minute before once again looking through the peephole. The man was now looking through our living room window directly at my younger brother, who was completely unaware of what was going on. From where he now stood, I could make out a gun holstered on the left side of his waist. I ran back to the living room and closed the blinds. I told my brother we should get some ice cream downstairs in the basement. I needed to get him away from any windows, but I knew that if he knew what was going on, he would freak out. He agreed, and we went downstairs. I silently locked the basement door behind us. We ate our ice cream, and eventually, I could hear the hum of the garage door opening from upstairs, signifying that my parents were back home. Later, when my brother wasn't around, I told them what had happened. They were horrified and understandably called the police. The police inspected the place, and one of the first things they noticed was how the front door's lock had clearly been tampered with, basically confirming the man had ill intent and was trying to break in. What he planned to do when he got inside, though, I can't say for sure, and neither can the police. The man was never identified. To this day, my younger brother doesn't even know this whole event took place. When I was in second grade, each day of the week we have a different extracurricular activity at some point in the day. I think it went, Mondays was art class, Tuesdays was music class, Wednesday was library day, and so on. By second grade, kids were allowed to walk to the bathroom unattended as long as they got permission and took the special hall pass item chosen by the teacher of the class. For the art class, it was this big green plastic crayon that was meant as the bathroom pass. I remember this memory almost vividly, which makes it all the more disturbing when I think about it. Honestly, I was kind of a weird kid when I was in elementary school. I did have some social issues that I don't think ever got diagnosed, but I would sometimes just do weird things. Case in point, we were never supposed to just take the bathroom pass and leave the classroom without asking first. But during art class, as our teacher was going around the class helping the students out with our little creations, I got up and took the plastic crayon and walked out the classroom door to go to the bathroom. The bathroom was all the way down the hall. I go inside, and as a kid, I was the type to pee sitting down, so I went to the stall and sat on the toilet seat. This was when I heard the loudspeaker outside the bathroom announce that the school was going into lockdown. My heart started to race. I was outside of the classroom during a lockdown. I was terrified. I don't remember if I finished peeing or not, but I know I got right off the toilet seat and went outside back into the hall. I was scared I was going to get in trouble. I saw all the classroom doors were shut with their blinds down and lights off already. I was too late. I saw a man walking down the hallway. I assumed it was a teacher, even though he wasn't dressed like one. I had the wits of a second grader, so I said, "Excuse me," unlocked out of my classroom. I remember vividly he said back, "Oh, that's all right, come with me. I know where to go." He grabbed my hand, and we started walking in what seemed to be the direction of the back exit. That's when I heard a familiar woman's voice keep screaming my name, Troy, from behind us. It was my art teacher, Miss Green. She screamed at the man to get off me and grabbed me by the arm and tugged me back to the art classroom. Once inside, she locked the door and scolded me quietly. I remember seeing the worry in her eyes. She might have even been crying. The lockdown continued for another half hour at least. The whole time I was confused, scared, and most of all, embarrassed by all the stares my classmates were giving me. The principal came on the loudspeaker eventually and said the lockdown was over. When my art teacher got on the phone with, I assumed, the front office, I think whatever she said was what prompted the faculty to end the school day early. I'm so grateful for Miss Green. She really put herself in danger and saved me from something horrible, whether it be from kidnapping to any amount of emotional trauma. We heard that the man died about a year after that. This happened about 2 years ago, when I was 19, and I had just moved out of student accommodation into an actual flat with my friend group of 6. The night we moved in, it was just me and one of the girls I'm close with, let's call her Lucy. I had my boyfriend over at the time, we'll call him Alec. The other people moving in were scheduled to move in 2 weeks later as they were all on various holidays or visiting home. So, it was just the 3 of us. Lucy was in her room, and Alec and I were smoking a joint in bed, watching kung fu movies. Then, I started to notice a man, at least 300 pounds and 6 foot tall, pacing outside of our window and looking in occasionally. We were on the basement floor at this time, but the windows were at ground level. Okay, that's weird, but we'll just make sure the windows are locked. 20 or so minutes passed, and everything seemed okay until Lucy ran into my room and said, "Babe, there's a man in the house." We must have left the door unlocked by accident. Now, I'm feeling chills. I'm like, what the hell do you mean there's a man in the house? Alec is frozen solid. Lucy and I go into the hall, and the huge man we saw looking in the windows is standing there in our hall. We ask, "What are you doing here?" And he pulls out his phone and shows us a text message from an unsaved number with our address written on it and something about people being inside. He told us that he was looking for his girlfriend and that she lives here. We're like, no the hell she does not, so please remove yourself from our house. He says, okay, and that he'll phone his girlfriend. He turns his phone to low volume and speaks to another man on the phone, who was clearly not his girlfriend. With more urgency this time, we tell him to get out of our house, and he says, okay. He finally leaves, and we lock the door. By this point, everyone is shaking. He's still on the phone with this man outside, and they're speaking a language we don't understand. But we can hear him getting angry. I tell Alec to please make the scary man go away, and he goes outside and tells him to shift away from our doorway as he's really scaring us. The man says, okay, and that his taxi is here. He walks up a dead-end street where no taxis were, though. We told our upstairs neighbors, who we had met earlier that day, about the whole ordeal. Let's call them Charlotte, Matt, and Rob. They informed us that the same man had tried to come in their house, insisting his girlfriend lived there. Charlotte already had a boyfriend, who we knew of and had also met that day, and Rob, who has more balls than all of us, threatened him with a knife the time he came into their house. He never bothered them again. Over the next couple weeks, the man would occasionally come back and look in our bedroom windows, and Alec was there most times. I'm really glad for that. I have no doubt he tried the door again, but it was always locked after that. I'll never forget my little sister's 5th birthday, but not for a positive reason. It was at a tea room type place that did princess parties for kids' birthdays. I didn't want to participate in any of the activities or princess interactions since I was worried about people thinking I was a baby, like a typical tough 6th grader. Instead, I was playing on my DS in a chair in the hallway when a random woman approached me and asked, "Hey, you're Michelle's kid, right?" Michelle is my mom's name, so I told her, "Yeah." This lady tells me that she's my Aunt Laura and that I was probably too little to remember the last time we saw each other. She started talking about how big I had gotten and asked how I was doing in school. I was pretty used to these kinds of interactions with relatives, so I didn't question it at all and gave the usual answers. Laura then told me that she brought a large dollhouse as a birthday present and needed help carrying it out of her car. She told me that she also had brought another cake and offered me the first slice if I helped her. I was almost 12, so I was taught about creeps and the fact that this was an almost textbook kidnapping scenario. But like I said, these kinds of interactions were super common in my family. I also admit that I made the mistake of trusting Laura more because she was a woman, so I agreed to help and followed Laura out the back door. The car wasn't parked, it was still running with a man in the driver's seat. Laura could tell that the man being there made me suspicious, so she quickly told me that that was my Uncle Daniel and started urging me to hurry with the dollhouse before the cake frosting melted. I got a bad gut feeling. Why hadn't she asked Daniel to help her carry the dollhouse in, and why did they keep the car running when there were plenty of empty spots to park in? I stood where I was and refused to move. Laura's tone became much less friendly as she was now commanding me to come to the car. She tried to tug my jacket sleeve, but I swatted her hand away and yelled at her to stop. She looked furious, and for a second, I thought Daniel was about to step out of the car. Thankfully, we all heard my mom and aunt loudly yelling my name. Laura jumped in the car, and she and Daniel both took off. I ran through the back door and met my mom and aunt halfway inside. I immediately told them what happened. My mom hugged me and told me she was so sorry and that everything would be okay, while my aunt told the tea room workers. They basically put the tea room into lockdown and had all the kids gather in one room to make sure no one else had gone missing. Thankfully, no one had. The police eventually came to speak to me about what had happened. I told them as much as I could about Laura and Daniel. The police officers I spoke to promised me that they would get back to me and my mom if they found out anything new, but we never heard anything back from the police about Laura or Daniel or whatever their real names were. As far as we know, they've never been caught. I still have no idea how Laura knew my mom's name. I just try to be grateful that I'm okay and avoid thinking about what would have happened to me if I hadn't listened to my gut and had followed Laura to the trunk of her car. Within its hallowed halls, a fraternity known as the Order held sway, a group shrouded in mystery and power. They were notorious for their wild parties, events that often blurred the line between revelry and chaos. But it was their initiation rituals that truly set them apart, rituals whispered about in hushed tones across campus. Tonight's story focuses on Ven, a freshman eager to join the Order, unaware of the dark path that lay ahead. The first few weeks of pledging were tame, almost deceptively so, filled with menial tasks that seemed harmless. Pranks and chores were the order of the day, designed to test their patience and resolve. But as the weeks turned into months, the atmosphere began to change, growing darker and more foreboding. The hazing took a sinister turn, with shadows creeping into every corner of their lives. One fateful night, the pledges were summoned to the fraternity house's basement, a damp, cavernous space that seemed to swallow light. Blindfolded, they were led down creaking wooden stairs, each step echoing ominously in the darkness. When the blindfolds were removed, they found themselves in a dimly lit room, the flickering candles casting eerie shadows on the walls. The air was thick with tension, and the room seemed to pulse with a life of its own. In the center stood a makeshift altar, draped in black cloth and adorned with strange, unsettling symbols. The symbols seemed to writhe and twist in the candlelight, adding to the room's malevolent aura. The fraternity brothers, faces hidden beneath dark hoods, circled the pledges like predators around prey. A low, guttural chant emanated from beneath the hoods, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very bones of the pledges. The chant sent chills down Ven's spine, a primal fear taking hold of him. One by one, the pledges were subjected to bizarre and disturbing tasks, each more horrifying than the last. They were forced to consume unknown substances, endure physical challenges, and confront their deepest fears. Ven watched in horror as the pledges before him broke down, their spirits crushed by the relentless torment. When his turn came, Ven was forced to kneel before the altar, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. He felt a sharp pain in his hand and realized they were branding him. The searing pain was excruciating, but the feeling of being marked like an animal terrified him even more. Days turned into weeks, and the hazing rituals grew more disturbing, each new ordeal pushing the pledges closer to their breaking points. One night, Ven reached his breaking point. In a desperate bid for freedom, he escaped, running through the dark corridors of the fraternity house. He ran to the police station, his heart pounding and his mind teetering on the edge of madness. The officers listened to his frantic account, their faces growing more disturbed with each word. A raid on the fraternity house confirmed Ven's horrifying account, uncovering a web of dark secrets and ending the Order's reign of terror. The authorities uncovered disturbing evidence, bringing to light the true extent of the fraternity's malevolent activities and ensuring that such horrors would never happen again. 20 years ago, I was living in New Jersey and worked as a pizza delivery driver. I worked at this neighborhood joint called Domino. The shop was at this corner on the edge of town. The area would be pretty busy during the day, but not so much at night. Obviously, we were open pretty late, with it being a pizza shop. One time, I was working until 2 a.m. At about 1 o'clock in the morning, there was a delivery for me to make. I was sitting inside the shop and left out the back door to go to my car. I parked in the small lot behind the place, which was where employees would park. As I walked out the back door, I saw this guy standing near my car outside. He started moving away, and I asked him what he was doing. The guy quickly moved behind a couple of dumpsters that were back there. He had gone out of sight as quickly as I had seen him. I figured that he had left the property and went into the alley behind the dumpsters. I just knew that I couldn't see him anymore. I went to my car and didn't notice anything out of place. I got inside my car with the pizza and then left to make the delivery. I was able to do so without a problem. After getting back from the delivery, I went back inside. A while later, I got my next delivery to be made. I left through the back door again. This time, when I left, I did not see anybody by my vehicle. But when I was walking towards it, about halfway there, I heard footsteps behind me. I looked back and noticed the same guy. He was walking in my direction. I went faster and got inside my car with the pizza. The guy kept going towards my car quickly. I thought that he was either going to try to get in my car or talk to me, and the way he had been at my car earlier made him seem really suspicious. He got within a couple of feet of me but did not try opening my door or knocking on my window. He just kind of stood there. I didn't wait around to see what he wanted, and I started up my engine and quickly left. I went out and made the next delivery. I was gone for probably about 15 minutes or so. Then I went back to work again and parked in my usual spot. After getting out of my car, I was starting to walk back to the back door, but I quickly noticed that the man was still there. He came out from behind a nearby vehicle of a coworker. He was then standing near the back door to the place. I didn't know what he wanted, and I decided to walk away instead of going to the back door like I usually did. I went around on the edge of the parking lot. I then walked around to the front door, which was locked by now. I rang the bell, and a coworker saw me and unlocked the door. I quickly went inside and told them about the sketchy guy. We ended up calling the police to report him, and nobody left the store until they arrived. They checked out the area, but the man had gone by then, I guess, because they couldn't find him. After a while, they left. I got another delivery that night and didn't see him at all. That was the creepiest thing that ever happened when I worked there. Our next story takes us from the desolate expanse of the desert to the claustrophobic darkness of a dense forest. Imagine the towering trees, their branches intertwined overhead, creating a canopy that blots out the moon and stars. The air is thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, a symphony of rustling leaves and the snapping of twigs. It's a place of eerie beauty, but also one that can hide unspeakable horrors. A young woman driving home from a late-night shift found herself lost on a deserted road cutting through the heart of such a forest. She had taken a wrong turn, lured off the main highway by a faulty GPS signal. Now she was hopelessly lost, her phone showing no bars, and her car sputtering its last breaths as it ran out of gas. The engine died, plunging her into an oppressive silence broken only by the sound of her own ragged breathing. Fear, cold and sharp, gripped her heart. The forest, once beautiful, now loomed around her, menacing and alive. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig sounded like approaching footsteps. She knew staying in her car was her safest bet, but the silence of the forest was unbearable, a suffocating blanket of darkness pressing in on her. She turned on her hazard lights, there blinking a beacon of hope in the vast darkness, but the battery quickly drained, leaving her once again in darkness. Time crawled by, each minute an eternity. She dozed off, only to be jolted awake by nightmares fueled by her isolation and fear. The forest came alive with every gust of wind, the shadows seeming to dance and writhe, taking on menacing shapes in the darkness. Then she heard it, a low growl, deep and guttural, coming from the woods surrounding her car. Her blood ran cold, her heart pounding against her ribs like a drum. She strained to listen, her senses on high alert, every muscle in her body tense with fear. The growl came again, closer this time, followed by the distinct sound of heavy footsteps crunching on leaves. Something was out there, something big and dangerous, circling her car like a predator stalking its prey. She locked the doors, her fingers trembling as she fumbled with the lock. She huddled in the back seat, her eyes wide with terror, her breath catching in her throat. The growls continued throughout the night, each one sending shivers down her spine. She was trapped, hunted by an unseen terror in the heart of the forest. As dawn broke, the growls finally ceased, replaced by the chirping of birds, a jarring contrast to the nightmare she had just endured. She cautiously got out of the car, her legs shaking, her body trembling with exhaustion and terror. She didn't waste any time. With a desperate prayer, she started walking, her eyes scanning the dense undergrowth and her ears straining for any sound that might signal the return of her unseen tormentor. After what felt like an eternity, she stumbled out of the woods and onto a dirt road. A pickup truck soon approached, its driver stopping to help. She had escaped the clutches of the forest, but the terror of that night, the memory of the unseen growls, would forever haunt her dreams. Back when I was younger, we had our prom in an old hall in central Idaho. It was a rural area, not much in the surrounding area. You could probably say the middle of nowhere if that wasn't extremely cliché. There was, however, an old, abandoned house about a 5-minute walk away from the venue where the prom was being held. The night progressed as intended. There was awkward dancing, secret drinking, people embarrassing themselves, and some getting lucky. Some winners, some losers. I was one of the losers who none of the girls wanted to dance with. At one point near the end of the night, a few buddies and I decided to go check out the old abandoned house we heard was nearby. It seemed more fun than sitting around in the hall feeling sorry for ourselves. As we approached the abandoned house, we noticed something strange. A flickering light in one of the ground floor rooms was on. It looked like candlelight. We guessed this place wasn't so abandoned after all, we figured. Still, we got closer just to check the place out. We'd come this far. Right? We got close enough to get a relatively decent view of the inside of the living room where the light was coming from. Strange. There was no furniture inside at all, and the place looked like it hadn't been cleaned in years. We shrugged it off and started to head back to the prom hall. We didn't want to trespass or anything. As we turned to leave, we heard a noise coming from the back of the property. It was a truck's engine, roaring. In no time at all, it came screaming around from the back of the house, its headlights lighting us up, and sped off past us over the fields. There wasn't even a road or anything. Soon, it disappeared into the darkness. What the heck was that about? We walked back to the prom hall and didn't bother mentioning the story to anybody. After all, what was there to tell, really? At the end of the night, we realized we should have spoken up sooner. 4 of our fellow students, 3 females and 1 male, had gone missing. It was a group of friends who always hung out together. One of their other friends said that they'd gone to explore the abandoned house earlier in the evening. When they hadn't returned, she assumed it was just because they were having fun out there. The authorities were notified, and they went to explore the abandoned house we'd checked out earlier. Inside, they found the male student, bound, gagged, and unconscious on the living room floor. If we'd gotten closer to the window, we would have spotted him lying there. The females were nowhere to be seen. When he finally came to, the male said he had no memory of what had happened. The last thing he remembered was approaching the old house. My friends and I spoke up about the truck we'd seen speeding off across the fields. Now the main theory is that someone or someone's took those female students and that they were in the truck we saw speed past us. Perhaps they'd seen us approaching the house and we spooked them. Who knows? Either way, those students were never seen or heard from again. We still don't know where they were taken, or what happened to them. It all started on a rainy night. My dad had wanted me to babysit my little brothers while he went to the bar to play pool and drink. I'd gotten them to settle down for the night and I decided to go order some food and chill, playing some CS while I waited. About 30 minutes had gone by and I was wondering why the hell my food was taking so long. I finally heard a knock on my door and there was a rough-looking man who said he had my food. I tipped him and he went on his way. I closed the door and walked back to my computer, completely forgetting to lock it. If one of my protective friends hadn't said something while we were gaming, things might have gone a lot worse. Them asking to make sure I locked the door was a potential life-saving question, because in fact, I had completely forgotten to lock the door. To me, it wasn't the biggest deal at the time, but I'm glad they said something, and you'll see why here in a minute. I checked on the door to make sure it was locked, and of course, it wasn't. So I locked the door real quick and went back to gaming. My computer, by the way, was in my living room, and to the right of me was my kitchen. In the kitchen, there was a giant bay window facing directly into where I was sitting and gaming. I started eating my food while gaming, and I heard my front door knob jiggle. I thought maybe I was just scared and hallucinating it since I was home alone and my brothers were asleep in bed, until my dog started barking at the front door. That was the exact moment I realized that something bad was happening. Whoever was there started banging and rattling the door handle. Freaked out, I ducked under the counter beside me, called my dad, and then called 911. While I was on the phone, my little brothers ran out of their room screaming that someone was standing outside their bedroom window, pointing towards the lock, and smiling and waving at them, trying to get them to open it for him. I completely lost it and started crying, but I had to hide my brothers in my room, in my closet, and I told them to not come out at all. I thought he was going to try the back door next, which was a glass door that he could have easily rocked back and forth to get the lock loose or even just shattered the door completely. All it would really take to break it was an object to swing at it, like a metal bat or something. So I was freaking out. I grabbed a knife and waited for my dad and the police to show up for what felt like forever. I was scared that I was going to have to defend my little brothers and myself in a life or death scenario. I was only 13 at the time, so I was really scared. The cops finally showed up, and the person had disappeared. But every night after that, I was scared he would come back and we would finally meet. I have no idea if it was someone random or the Chinese food delivery driver from earlier. I just hoped he would never come back. Luckily, he never did, but that didn't stop me from being scared shitless every night, especially when I was home alone. It's especially creepy when you think about how us kids were alone. I think he knew that and he was trying to prey on us, but luckily he gave up. Hopefully, he heard me calling the police or something, and that's why he ran. I guess we'll never really know for sure. When I was 16, my mom had a job that required her to be out of town a lot. Because of this, my dad would often take me out to eat for a good part of my teen years. I remember one night we both decided to go to KFC for dinner. It was around 6 p.m., and my dad had just finished up his shift at work. Back then, my dad worked as a police officer and, at least at the time, would work pretty normal hours. Anyways, we went to KFC and got our usual. On our way back home, I remember we were pretty deep into a conversation, though I don't remember what it was about. After a while, I noticed my dad wasn't really responding anymore. We were fairly close to our house, but still on main roads before we needed to turn into our neighborhood. At first, I thought he just lost interest, but I glanced across and noticed he was permanently looking in the rearview mirror. I asked him what was up and he mentioned how the car behind us had been following us ever since we left the KFC parking lot. I remember glancing behind us and sure enough, some blacked-out SUV was tailgating us. My dad mentioned how we needed to verify if this car was actually following us. He proceeded to pull into the next street and do a few turns just to get back onto the main road. I will never forget that feeling, that sinking feeling, as I watched the car sharply turn back behind ours. Now, it was around 9 p.m. on a weekday, so there weren't that many cars on the road. The car behind us then put its high beams on, and at that point, my dad was completely focused. He had fully shut me out, putting all his attention into losing whoever was following us. A few minutes of this went by when he told me to grab his phone from his pocket, call someone in his contacts, and put it on speaker. My hands were shaking at this point, I could barely press the buttons. I remember a cheerful voice answered, but before the guy could say anything else, my dad quickly summarized the situation. There was a pause, and I could hear voices speaking in the background along with radio beeping sounds. My dad was yelling at me to keep naming the streets we were on to the guy on the phone, as at that point my dad was still randomly turning down different streets trying to lose the car behind us. Okay, turn into the Tesco car park. It's coming up on your left. We've got 3 response vehicles coming in from the other direction, the guy on the phone said. My dad responded and, as we swung into the near-empty car park with the car behind us still in close pursuit, blue and red lights quickly surrounded us in what felt like all directions. The sound of sirens was deafening. My dad bolted out of the car and ran in some direction. After a few minutes of shouting, the driver's side door swung open. My dad got in and calmly started driving away. As we turned around in the car park back towards the entrance, I could see the police surrounding the vehicle that had been following us, and 3 men in what looked like their late 20s were handcuffed, leaning over the car. On our way home, my dad told me everything. He explained that he was on a drugs team that dealt with the interception of large shipments of drugs that were being transferred across the country, something I hadn't known until that point. He continued by saying people would lose a lot of money when they were caught, and some didn't like that, which sometimes resulted in specific officers being targeted. My dad would quit his job as a police officer a few years later, though he admits this was by far his most disturbing experience, especially considering I was along to witness it. Another strange thing happened in 2013, when I was 17. My family was looking at a house, and the owner showed up to talk with my parents. He seemed like a nice older man and mentioned that he had built the house himself. It was a pretty nice 2-story house overlooking a river. Anyway, I was standing back, watching everyone talk, when suddenly, there was a break in the conversation. The owner turned away from my parents, and his expression completely. And instantly, he changes from a kind of happy expression to the most sinister and hateful scowl I've ever seen. I don't think he noticed me watching, and I probably appeared to be on my phone as my head was down. As soon as he turned back, he instantly went back to smiling. It was so creepy to me and honestly made me feel sick. I told my mom, who also said it was kind of weird, but maybe he's just awkward. So, we got the house, moved in, and the next weekend, my family was going to church. I didn't feel like going, so they all left me at home. It was Sunday morning, about 11 a.m., when I heard really loud banging outside. It was rhythmic, and it was coming from the side of the house. I was on the other side of the house, on the 2nd floor. Honestly, my dumbass thought it was maybe the wind. It was stormy that day, and I didn't think much of it. It stopped after about 5 minutes. 10 minutes later, I heard walking around downstairs, chairs moving, kitchen cabinets opening, and the fridge opening. I immediately, quietly locked my door, grabbed my baseball bat, and called 911. While telling them my address, I texted my mom, telling her that someone was in the house and that I had called 911. At that point, the operator said someone was 10 minutes out. I told her I heard steps walking toward the stairs. Basically, the house is so thin, I could track where he was in the house. At this time, my mom responded that she was on her way, but she was 30 minutes away. Here's a 17-year-old, 5 feet 2 inches, 100 pounds girl, hunkered in her room, full well knowing that if he came in, he'd overpower me and take the bat. I was terrified. I heard him walk down the hallway toward my door, and I saw the handle turn and stop. It was locked. I heard him standing there, not moving. I could even hear his breathing. It felt like forever, but really it was about 10 seconds. I heard him turn, go back down, and I heard the back door open and shut. About 3 minutes later, the police pulled up. The 911 operator asked if I could let them in or if they needed to force their way inside. I knew he had left, so I let them in. No one was there, no sign of forced entry, nothing. When my mom got there, she looked at my stepdad and asked if he had changed the locks. He hadn't. I think the creepiest part, and what really validated my story, was that my mom had just vacuumed the hallway, and there were shoe prints larger than anyone in our house. The police hadn't even been up there, they stopped just outside my room. I live in a townhome in the middle of a relatively small city. It's very small and outdated, but I live alone, so it's the best I can afford. I worked late this night, getting home sometime around 8 or 9. Pulling up my shared driveway, I noticed the townhome connected to mine had its front door wide open. All the lights in the house were off, though, which made me think they must have accidentally left it open and then gone to sleep. I made fun of them in my head and went inside my house, not thinking much else about it. I got out some frosted flakes and ate while watching Netflix, then forced myself to go to bed because I had to be up early for my morning shift tomorrow. Going to my bedroom, which happened to have a connecting wall to my neighbors, I heard a few thumps come from inside their place. My neighbors usually don't make any noise, so hearing anything from them was a rare occurrence. I just hoped they wouldn't keep me up and turned off the lights and hopped in bed. I laid there with my eyes closed for several minutes, trying to drift into sleep when the most terrifying sound instantly shook me up, my front door being smashed in. It was a single violent hit. I jumped out of bed and ran into the hallway. There was wood debris all over the floor, and the front door was wide open. But whoever did it must have been moving quickly because they weren't there. I heard some footsteps running through the living room, and at this point, I could tell there was more than one person. I tried to run back to my bedroom, but a man screamed at me to stop. I turned to face two large men, both wearing masks and hoodies. One was holding a baseball bat, and the other held some sort of metal ramming tool, which must have been used to bust open the door. This next part was chaotic as they yelled commands at me and forced me to the ground. I didn't even try to fight back because I knew it would only put me in more danger. One of them held me down aggressively, pressing my head on the floor, while the other went around the house and shoved stuff in his backpack. I was panicking, breathing heavily, and trying to convince them to get off me and just let me stay out of their way. I probably should have just shut up and stayed quiet, but it was hard to think straight. Somewhere around 2 to 3 minutes in, the man that was grabbing stuff came running back to the hallway, yelling at me and the other guy about something outside. The man got off me and ran over to the window. Then they both came running back and pushed me down as I was trying to get up. They looked full of rage as they started attacking and threatening me before trying to run out the back door, but they were too late. For cops had surrounded the house, and seconds later, they forced the men to give up. As it turns out, the men broke into my neighbor's townhome too. They weren't home at the time, but when they pulled in, they immediately called the cops, which was how they were able to help me. The two men turned out to be just regular guys trying to make some quick money. Aside from the smashed front door and a few bruises, I was all right. I still think it was stupid of them to attack me instead of just making a run for it at the end, but I'm sure either way they were screwed. It was by far the most terrifying thing I'd ever been through, but I'm extremely lucky to have had it end up the way it did, with them in prison. So this happened when I was about 17 years old. For context, I'm now a 21-year-old girl, and at the time, I was working at a failing seafood restaurant. I was a bus girl, so I had to deal with touching people's old half-eaten seafood all day long. I'm a vegetarian, and I have never ever liked anything that comes from out of the water, not even shrimp. I assure you, working at a restaurant can be a super interesting job. The amount of people you meet through work is immense, and your coworkers can become like family. You're all suffering together, so to speak, and you can become pretty close pretty quick. The chefs at this restaurant were pretty strange, though. One was super chill, one was always drunk and angry, and the last, well, he was something else altogether. To make things easier, I'll call the creepy chef Creep. So Creep starts working. He's new, and he seems like a decent guy at first. He's in his late 40s, with salt and pepper hair, and nothing throws you off by just seeing his physical appearance. I deeply love everything 60s and 70s, so Creep and I would sometimes talk about music, especially rock and roll. He seemed like a cool guy, someone who claimed he saw so many of the bands that I drool over daily. It seemed nice to work with someone who generally shared the same interests. Some weeks went by, and he wasn't showing any signs of anything strange. I felt totally okay within my workplace. I wouldn't blink an eye, and I actually enjoyed the job. Me and a fellow bus girl became pretty close friends, and we bonded over the fact that we both had pretty messed up family lives, so we instantly became work buddies. The restaurant was slow one day. Me and the other bus girl were having a conversation, laughing, smiling, and joking in the kitchen, but this changed in less than 5 seconds when the creepy new guy came right behind me and said, "Well, this wouldn't be so funny if I had chloroform." I turned around and looked at him, thinking, what a weirdo, who jokes about things like that. His eyes were blank. He was staring at me, but it felt as though his eyes were burning an imprint on my face. The staring lasted a couple of seconds, but eventually, I just turned and walked away. I really didn't know how to react. Throughout the next week, he would stare at me through the kitchen window while I was working. I tried to avoid going to the kitchen as much as possible, but that was nearly impossible when it was my job to transport dishes from the tables back to the kitchen. Twice more while in the kitchen, the situation repeated itself. I was talking to a fellow coworker, and Creep would drop whatever he was doing and interrupt the conversation with, "Well, it wouldn't be so fun if I had chloroform on me." At this point, he had mentioned chloroform to me 3 times. I was completely freaked out. Luckily, I stopped working there a few weeks later because I was leaving to travel Europe for the summer. When I returned, the restaurant was shut down, so I didn't see him ever again after this. I wish I would have told my manager at least. I don't know what I was thinking. I clearly wasn't. No one should have to feel threatened in their own workplace. My dad served in the Vietnam War from 1965 to 1967. For the longest time, he didn't tell anyone outside of the family this story. But he's in his mid-80s now, and he doesn't care about me sharing it with anyone. Not that I intend to release any of our names. I've heard this story told by him 5 times now, and each time I learn about new details he hadn't mentioned the time before. He didn't like to tell this story for obvious reasons. I think not only is thinking back to any of those events probably traumatizing, but also he would always say he felt it would be an inappropriate family gathering discussion. My dad did a lot of things in the war. At one point, he was what was known as a tunnel rat, which was a soldier who performed underground search and destroy missions, usually in underground tunnels. My dad and 2 of his comrades were crawling through a deep tunnel, expecting to hit a booby trap or run into an ambush, but the tunnels were surprisingly empty and silent. My dad describes the experience of crawling through the silent dark tunnels as bone-chilling and adrenaline-pumping, as the fear of instant death at any moment would linger. My dad and his comrades heard a faint yelling and crying sound further down the tunnels. It was of a woman. As they crawled deeper into the tunnels, the cries and screams became more clear. It was obvious there was a woman screaming for help. The 3 picked up their pace, worried about a potential hostage or prisoner situation. As they continued to crawl through the tunnels, the cries for help got a little louder and clearer. They arrived at a small room that they could slightly get off their knees in. The ceiling was just high enough to half stand, half crouch. There was a small table with a lantern on it that was still lit. There were also 2 broken chairs and a locked safe box with some metallic objects that would rattle around inside the box when shaken. Aside from that, this small room was empty. However, the tunnel continued past this room, so they continued deeper into the tunnel, but the screams for help had stopped at this point. My dad described this horrible, familiar stench of death that soon became overwhelming in the tunnels. They entered one final room with no further tunnels. My dad still refuses to describe everything that was in this room in detail other than there were multiple bodies, and they weren't killed by just bullets. They looked as though they'd been mutilated by some kind of creature. One of the bodies was that of a woman. The scene was so horrible that my dad and the 2 other tunnel rats had to turn around and flee. They had no explanation for what could have done what was seen in that room. When they crawled back out of the tunnels, they started hearing the cries for help from that woman's voice again. My dad says he and his comrades froze and looked at each other with wide eyes and obvious fear on their faces. They had made it to the end of that tunnel. There were no living things from there to the end of it, yet those screams for help were coming from the direction that they just were. They picked up their pace even more. My dad was in the back of the group of 3, and he says he would look back every 10 seconds, thinking he was hearing sounds from behind him, fearing he would see someone or something approaching from the darkness. They made it back to the surface eventually and marked the entrance with a flag that signified to his team that the tunnel had been searched and cleared. Most tunnels would be interconnecting as a means of underground transportation and cover, but my dad says this tunnel was unusual to abruptly end. He says it was easily the most gut-wrenching, horrific, nightmare-inducing thing he'd experienced in his entire 2 years in Vietnam.